Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, sound check is done, dude. There we go. Now, assuming my internet holds, and because it's very, very important for it to hold out, it's probably going to die. Everybody knock on wood. Okay. Let me check and make sure we are going. Good grief. Alright, and I'm sitting here thinking back on 5 minutes ago when I thought about taking something for my my throat that does the thing right after I get to streaming. I was like, no, my throat hasn't been bothering me all day long. And now I'm like, I turned on the recording and it started happening. I don't understand. Let's see, captions are going. Looks like everything is going, guys. Brett Tech Gaming, how you doing? Yep, that looks good.
Hey, buddy.
CEO of Employee Retention.
Why don't
A new car has arrived and chosen violence. You chose violence? Okay. Well, that's good to know. As long as you warn everybody, nobody could say that you have not warned them, and therefore know to watch out. Duke Rides, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Are we excited? Are we stoked? I probably just aged myself a little bit saying it that way, didn't I? Don't pay attention to what I just said. What are the cool kids saying nowadays? I have been taking notes ever since I launched the game a few hours ago. Well, an hour or so ago. And we made sure we got the settings taken care of. And I have been writing notes ever since about the things that I want to cover, about the Liz Labs that are coming up, the things that I want to experiment with. The CEO of Employee Retention isn't allowed to do any violence towards the tech support wizard. Oh. So there's, what do you call that? Preferences for tech support? Gotcha. The pit bull? Oh no. Oh no. I hope you dance. You have no choice. I really wish... Is there a way that whenever you do that, that like an icon or a picture can show up on screen? Can we program that in? Because that would be great if we could do one of the zombies. Or Jen, even, doing the dance from the game. That would be hilarious. Violence is always a good choice. Ah, gotcha. That's true. That's very true. We're going to enact some violence on this game. That's what's going to happen. We have some things to check. Some things to do. Please do. That would be hilarious. You can add something to pop up, but it has to be done on the Stream Elements dashboard. Okay, gotcha. I'd have to get probably a GIF of one of them doing the dance or something like that, and a song to go along with it. It needs to be something completely different than the song from the game. Because I'm pretty sure they probably monetize that. I'll have to think of something. How okay you doing? You haven't seen a stream in a long time? Oh, this is the first time I've streamed on this particular channel. Thank you, Richie. Ah! Okay. I don't typically stream over here. I stream on my VODs channel. That way the videos having such a different format kind of throws off the algorithm for the main channel, so I typically just stream over there. I am sorry that you have been missing me. We have been there. I do appreciate you being here, though. I don't have access to the dashboard, but we could do that another time to take note. Okay, gotcha. Can't wait until Monday so you can play it. Let's see if we can break it before everybody gets it on Monday. That way, if it needs to be fixed, we can make sure you guys get the non-broke version. Not saying that there is anything that I saw to indicate that there were any breakages going on, just if everybody's going to get their hands on it, let's try and make sure it comes out of the box ready. So we're going to try and break it.
I'm burning now! Take it easy. Health bar is burning me!
Be alive! Thank you. Thank you, Richie. Oh, Lord. It's not my fault if it breaks, Bredicus. It is so your fault if it breaks. Just letting you know. So just letting you know. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and put this out here.
Will there be snack service on this flight?
Nick Carr, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. Are there going to be snacks on this flight? I am just going to go ahead and say this. I will leave it to chat to perpetrate the continuing of this. I don't want people thinking I'm just adverting or whatever, but if you guys want to carry on the message throughout the stream, because I will probably forget to do so, if the VODs channel, VODS, my actual streaming channel, hits 1K while I'm streaming at any time this weekend, I will eat a jalapeno on stream. I'm just letting you know. Plus all of the things I already said I was going to do, the 12-hour stream, the hair dyeing red the whole night. If I eat a jalapeno, chances are my hair will turn red by itself anyway. But that would be kind of like my thanks for it happening now. So you guys, if you are interested in seeing my lives, I would definitely recommend checking out the VODs channel, because after this weekend, it all goes back over there. Henry, how you doing? How many people have been exceptionally excited to see this one? Despite my earlier video, I know there was at least one person who thought it was very negative. He, she, whoever it was, obviously didn't understand my sense of humor, because I haven't watched any of my content. They were new, which I kind of get that. People don't understand my humor. But I'm actually very excited for this update. I am actually excited for this update. I've been saying that I wanted the game to be harder in a different way than the way that it was. The only way to make the game harder was to make the bad guys faster and harder to kill. And this way it makes the game harder in a different way, and you have the option to turn it on and off. So I kind of like the fact that there's a little bit of variance. Boogeyman, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you.
They're here.
They're here. Bradford, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, I appreciate.
They're here.
We eat jalapenos all the time here in Texas. Oh, jeez. I do not eat jalapenos all the time. I eat them a little bit at a time, and I do not eat my own jalapenos all the time. I'm a gardener, for those of you who have not. For those of you who are actually new, let me just introduce myself, because I know some of you are here because it's the streamer weekend, and you've never actually stopped by my channel before. So hi, welcome in. My name is Liz, and we talk about the stuff and things all the time. That's basically what it is. A channel full of stuff and things. We play a lot of 7 days, and between my main channel, my VODs channel, my Twitch channel, my Rumble channel, I think I've plugged everything here, and my Hidden Harvest channel, I do a lot of different types of content. One of those being my gardening channel. I grow my own jalapenos. I eat maybe 3 whenever the heat starts up. Now, for those of you who are gardeners, you know that whenever you grow peppers of any sort, the spiciness increases the hotter it gets outside and the drier it gets outside. Once we get to the hot season, when the rains have slowed down after spring, our peppers get, well, they get stupid, would be a proper word for it. They get really, really hot, really, really fast. Lately, I don't think that my jalapenos would be hugely spicy. I could be completely wrong. I might be getting myself into a lot of trouble volunteering to eat a jalapeno for this, but as far as I know, they shouldn't be as hot as they were last year. I have also got, thank you, Christensen, for that super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get this party started. I'm going to raise the roof and show my age. I do have a couple of other ones that are out there. They are a Serrano and the Cayenne. Now, obviously, I've had cayenne pepper flakes, but I've never actually eaten a cayenne pepper or a Serrano. So if we do hit the 1K on the VODs channel, I'll let you guys pick, because I don't know what the Scoville unit on any of those really is, so... You're innocent? You've already failed? Wait, what? If you mix jalapeno with avocado, you get restaurant-style creamy hot. If you leave the seeds in and blend it, they are really hot. Sadly, I don't have any avocado. The most I could do is mix it with a full cucumber that I found hiding amongst my tomatoes. I don't even understand. All of my cucumbers have looked pitiful, and I've got one vine that snaked its way up into the tomatoes and grew a cucumber. It was trying really hard to put on seeds so I wouldn't get any more. Chad is innocent. I don't believe you. You make your own homemade chili powder. Reaper, Ghost, Habanero, and Jalapeno. I have got a ghost pepper outside. The thing is it's not even flowering yet. So I don't think it's quite hot enough for it to start producing here. But that sounds like it would be insanely hot. How much of that powder do you put in per, like, whenever we make chili, it's like a big old pan. How much of that chili powder do you put in there? It'll burn your buns? Yeah, Chad is innocent by default. Y'all say that, but the last time you guys had me eating a jalapeno, I had to cuss everybody out via Discord because the next day wasn't pleasant. But I had also eaten more than that kind of pepper. I don't have any sour cream either. You have a sign? I don't believe you have a sign. I have yet to see this sign in chat. I don't believe you. Chat is not innocent. I wouldn't put yourself through pain as a reward to others. Your health is important. Actually, having some jalapenos or something spicy in your diet every now and then actually is very, very good for you, even if you suffer a little bit of the consequences. It helps with parasites in the body. And it also helps fight viruses that your body is going against and things like that. So I willingly ate it. Yes, I did. Yes. Basically, you guys put my feet to the fire for me to try a pepper that I was growing that I was afraid to try. If that makes any sense. It's like, I want to jump out of the plane and do the parachute, but I'm actually going to need someone to push me out of the airplane. How's that? Does that make sense? Oh, ye of little faith? Oh, no. Can confirm whenever I'm ill, I cook up a really hot curry and sweat it out. Exactly. There is a thing called, oh geez, what was it called? Of course my mind would go blank right now. There's a solution you can make. I'm just going to say it because you probably will know what it is I'm talking about. You take some apple cider vinegar and you put jalapenos, onions, garlic, a little bit of honey, horseradish if you got it, and you put it all inside a bottle and you let it sit there for like 3 months. And whenever cold season starts up, you take like a tablespoon of that, and that helps keep you where you don't have like congestion up here, and it boosts your immune system. Right now my mind's blank. I can't think of what it's called, but I still have a jar of it inside my pantry. You can do it if it gets real hot. Put a pinch of salt and salivate. Sodium counters act burning. Okay, gotcha. No one expects the Gray Inquisition. Gray's gonna pop in here. He's like, wait, I'm supposed to be inquisitioning? What? Do I have any of that super hot chili powder? Yes. It was dubbed Afterburn. Last year, what I'm going to do every single year is a combination of all of the peppers that I have. I'm going to create a unique blend from each year. Last year's we dubbed Afterburn because of the amount of peppers that I used and the types of peppers. You could put it on your tongue and for a minute you're fine, and then it gets really hot. And bam, actually came up with that one. So we call that one Afterburn. This year's powder is probably going to be worse because hopefully the ghost peppers actually produce. We'll see. I've never tried growing them. Already found something we broke in Discord. Bot didn't do a notification. No. That's true. I didn't get a notification. What? Oh, because we don't have it notifying from the main channel for a live stream. The main channel is videos, not lives, and that one wouldn't update the same way. And Twitch didn't notify either? Twitch is always slow. Heck, YouTube is kind of slow sometimes. It's like you may eventually kind of sort of possibly get a notification about whether or not you've gone live. There's probably tons and tons of people that are going to be streaming 7 days. You stumbled into the stream by accident. I'm sorry, Richie. I did try to put out a notification in the Discord, just letting everybody know that it'd probably be about 4. We actually managed to not have very many problems getting the game running at all. So, you know, just like do it an hour early, why not? Wait your life. I thought this was one of those newfangled AI I keep hearing about. No, if I was going to create an AI, I'd have a fancy accent or something like that. And a dance routine, at least. The only thing I can do is wiggle my nose, guys. I don't even have a good dance routine, and I don't have a cool accent. So, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and get in here. We're going to talk about some basic settings. And we're going to talk about the rig that I'm currently running, so you guys will be able to tell whenever you get your hands on it about what types of settings you probably need to run yours on. What we did find out is, even though, and I would definitely recommend, whenever you download a full new version, uninstall the game. Find all of its files and take it out of your PC, including your old saves, unless you want to pull that to a completely different game file. Because going back and forth could corrupt one of your saves. Also, over there in the corner is going to be my FPS counter. The other one would be back behind my camera, so we turned that one on. Sadly, I can't make the font any bigger. That's the size that it is. So, uninstall the game and reinstall the new version whenever you get it. Don't try and just like update, because sometimes it can break things. The game held onto my settings from last time. Just delete your PC. Yes, delete all of the things. No, don't do that. Just uninstall your game and make sure you find your old saves and delete those as well. That way there's no chance for files to be dangling where they don't need to be dangling. I'm not sure how many people have problems with dangling files. Okay, first off, there's a couple of new changes. Whenever I first logged in, there is the Discord thing. I'm assuming this is probably also for consoles as well. You'll have to sign into your Discord if you have one. It does give you the option to do it later on, so you won't necessarily have to, but it is the first thing that popped up for me. Also, there's this new button down here for DLC stuff.
What a noob uninstall.
Yes, I am definitely I'm perpetually the noob. There is a spot for DLCs. The DLCs are not on here just yet. You can't push the button and it go and do anything. I don't know how the store for it is going to work, if they're going to have a site for it, if it's going to be on Steam. No clue. They have not given us any information. So, but the button is there for you to go find it. Okay, and then let's see, options. I am just going to go through my settings. This is just my general settings. And I'll just take them one step at a time, and you guys can see the settings that I currently have on. This really doesn't have much to do with any of the normal stuff, and I think the holiday event thing would probably only be useful if you're in a server. So, the general settings, not very useful. Video, those are useful. One of the things that I changed from the last time is because I had this upscaler DLSS thing going, I was actually able to increase the quality of my videos. So you might, if you're running an NVIDIA, put it on this setting and increase it a little bit to see how it goes. But those are those settings. And if you need to look later on, it was exclamation specs. Was that it? For the PC that I'm running? Yeah, exclamation specs. If you ever need to do a comparison, that's how you find out the information. It's what kind of graphics card I have, all the stuff and things. One of the things that I was able to turn up was my shadows. I was able to get some shadows back into the game again. And this is at 60 FPS for the most part. There is still a little bit of stuttering, nothing like during the dev stream. Even whenever I logged in, before I had changed anything to upgrade, downgrade, whatever, I did not see the stutteriness that was going on during the dev stream. I actually think that might have been his internet connection of some sort. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know. We'll never know now because it was not addressed during the thing. So yeah, that's those settings. And of course I've got the UI where it shows a little bit less, and I've got my mesh. Tag, you're it. I'm here. Nice. Welcome. Purity, how you doing? Yes, this is the new version. This is 2.0. Okay, and audio, of course, I did not change anything. I don't know if anybody noticed this from the last alpha, but it is still here, the profanity filter. Basically, pretty much mutes Rect. A lot of the stuff he says. There are some new things here only in the Discord. You're going to have to put it on the right headphones. Your microphone, you can change whether or not you're a push-to-talk or a voice-activated type of thing. So that's all the settings I'm currently running. Raki, how you doing? Follow all your channels. I'm a small gardener in Sweden and a 7 days to die holic. Soon 7,500 hours in the game. Love all of your content and your humor. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And it is very awesome. You are not only a 7 days to die content person, you are also a gardening person. This is amazing. I'm going to need to turn that on fewer lines. I hear from Rect all, the better. Yeah, there should actually just be one to mute him altogether. I think everything else we saw was exactly the same. Nothing else has changed. I'll quickly just go through these so they're on. None of the controller stuff has changed as far as there's not new buttons. Probably if you're a push-to-talk, there's probably the option that you might want to change the button you have your push-to-talk on. I think it's T for the little thing. I don't know what it is for actually speaking in-game. But that's probably the only thing you're going to need to change because now Discord is part of the game. So that's all of the menu options. Buy wrecked or get wrecked? Yeah, no kidding. It's a badly placed Discord button. Yes, it is. It's right next to where the exit and stuff. Whenever you're doing like editing tools, the back button and the Discord button is right here. And of course, if you click on it, you get all of your friends and stuff. And probably going to click on that and invite people without actually trying to. I've done this before ever since they put the new Discord overlay in. I've accidentally invited folks that I was not meaning to a game. New game. We already did one load. I'm an adult. I can not giggle at that sometime. Let's just go ahead and do another random gen so you guys can actually see. We're gonna go for, let's do it this way. Streamer Weekend 2, because we'll probably wind up doing this again at some point. I'm gonna go to 6K because that's typically the size of map you would play if you're doing single player, and we're gonna generate world and see how long it takes. Involuntary invitations are a problem. Yes, they are. Especially when there's the awkward moment of there was somebody who was a part of your group that is no longer a group and they got an invitation and they start questioning you and it's like, I didn't mean to do that, and it just makes the whole situation like 1,000 times more awkward. Froggy stuff, how you doing? Still no sound option for independent sounds? No, sadly. I think it would just be better if they went through and put headphones on and listened to the audio of certain things. I don't think they're gonna be able to fix that any other way. You know, like the turrets and stuff like that. There's no reason for them to be that loud. Nobody wants them that loud. Nobody wanted this. Okay. How does this look? I mean, There is a rather large town here, which is pretty good. Couple of tinier towns here, couple of tiny towns here. It looks to me, I've already done 2 generations of maps in this version. It looks to me like you're not going to find a major city in this biome yet again. You'd probably have to keep generating and keep generating and keep generating worlds in order to get these to show up bigger. It's just not designated to do so. That was a faster stream to generate, but they did a 10K map. We can try doing a 10K. Let's try it, generate. Let's see how long this one takes. I have no idea. I actually never play on a 10K map. It's huge. If you accidentally invite, just tell them it's a Chinese hack. Yeah, that'll work. You're a solo player and you play on the biggest maps? Really? I just feel like I don't get anywhere when I play on a big map. Have they changed the progression of the biomes, and the pine forest still has a start biome, or is it the burnt forest? It is still the pine forest. So you'll start at pine, you'll go to burnt, desert, snow, and then wasteland. And of course, the biome progression is there. As far as I know, you can toggle that. We will actually go into the settings and look at all of that in just a second, but you should be able to toggle that. You should be able to toggle the storms. So a lot of the stuff that was created this time are, you can turn them on and off. can't play lower than 8K. There's so much stuff to do. That's true. And 10K does a higher possibility of getting at least one of every POI. That is very true, because there's a chance that some POI that you're looking for, which might be the reason why in a few of my playthroughs I haven't gotten the Zuckerberg one as a place I could go. Do they even have missions at that one? Because I kept waiting for a trader to send me to that mission. What would happen if you increase the percentage of pine forest? All that's going to do is make the pine forest bigger, and it's going to have more small towns. The pine forest, and unless they have changed something, because that was actually something that was in the dev stream last time, is the pine forest is not supposed to spawn in big towns. You've had a mission at the Zuckerberg Mansion? I have not gotten one. I kept waiting for them to send me to one. So it might just be that it didn't spawn in, or it didn't spawn in where... Yeah. I think most of them I actually saw and it never sent me to it. Looks like they've added stuff from Darkness Falls in the Rebirth mod. It does seem like they have taken hard inspiration from a few different mods. Are we done? No, okay, never mind. It moved on to the next thing. Right now, I'm just basically baking my room. Just smash keys on my other keyboard. You would have to check the POI editor to see if it's actually questable. Well, if somebody's had a quest there, then I would assume it is. It just, for some reason, it never sent me. It's not very often that I got up to the tier 5 POIs doing missions anyway, because about that time you were always overpowered or something, and it's time to move on to another game, so... Maybe this time it actually stretches out that middle end type of timing. 3 minutes? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. See, it's still small towns. Lots and lots of wilderness POIs, and some of those are pretty decent size, so those might be tier 5 POIs. This is a pretty good generation here. Alright, let's just go ahead and load in. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Thank you. Jeez. Creepy. Thank you, Richie. Yes, we are definitely going to be going through these game settings, because there has been a few changes. Basic stuff. This one looks the same, same. Progression on, biome progression. Storm frequency, you can actually turn it all the way to 500%. I wonder how often that is, though. Hold on. 0 turns it off, obviously, but what does that equate as far as how often this happens? Game name doesn't match the seed? Oh, well, I didn't change the seed. I just used whatever seed it came up with. Block damage, loot abundance, loot respawn, chunk, penalty, quest progression, dead zone duration, claim, health, line duration, game port. Okay. So those are the 2 settings. Dark Angel, how you doing? Happy Friday the 13th. What could possibly go wrong? Nice. The loot cap is inconvenient. When you upgrade, you can return to higher loot levels. Yeah, it is. I completely agree. It is inconvenient. My question is whether or not they put the cap on the bad guys. If you cap off the bad guys, then...
Why are you running?
Zombie, how you doing? How's your stuff? How's your things? I gotta change the drop on death, drop on death, everything, nothing. There we go. This is not gonna be my playthrough. I will start a... Ivy, thank you so much for the prime! Thank you! I appreciate. What we're gonna do is today, we're gonna climb in, we're gonna goof off. Tomorrow, we will actually start the playthrough that will stay on this channel. Mind you, the VODs channel is going to be a server-based playthrough, so you have both sides. I'll be single player on my main channel. VODs channel will be in a server. So we'll be able to see how it plays out on both sides, because the way it feels... I don't know. If it feels balanced single player but not balanced multiplayer, that's a problem, and vice versa. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the hydration. I'm at 27 beans. I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and get this nastiness out the way. There we go. Oh god, that stinks so bad. This room has been very warm, and the smell of this container is gross. Just gonna go ahead and say it. I need something to spit in, because if it doesn't taste good, I don't swallow. Stop thinking that. Dirty-minded. It's a quote from Ratatouille. Okay, this is... Hold on. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Pretty follow.
They're here.
Wait, have you guys already broken my alerts? Jeez.
You've been real bad. I can't believe how bad you've been. I'm calling the police on your ass.
Hang on. Some of my alerts are not showing. Let me reload. Reload. Please don't reset all of my stuff, though. Yes! I still don't see it. Ow, man, Chad is innocent? I don't believe that! I don't believe that. Did I not bring my glasses in here? I can't read this. Hang on. I'm an old lady. I've got to go get my glasses so I can read the side of the container. Okay. Hot for teacher look, yes? My glasses are disgusting. Oh god. We might have rotten egg or buttered popcorn. I don't like either one of them. Because this would be sweet popcorn, and I kind of feel the same way about sweet popcorn as I do about meat. I don't like sweet meat. I like salty meat. It's disgusting. Pineapple and ham is just gross. And rotten egg, of course, is gross. So it does not matter which way this one goes, it's probably getting spit out. Let's see. If FPS gets bad in the big cities, you can use weather commands in the console. Weather snow 0, weather snowfall 0, weather rain 0, weather fog 0. It really helps. Okay, gotcha. Wet dog or banana? That's... Don't give them any ideas. Don't give them any ideas. Who would want to put a wet dog in their mouth? Who wants to put a rotten egg in their mouth? Oh, bleh. Oh, that was rotten egg. The bane of my existence would be kettle corn, but that's pretty bad. And it's stuck in my teeth. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think I'd rather lick a cactus. That's disgusting. Who comes up with these flavors? No. No, no, no. We don't need to clip that face. What do you mean? You saw nothing. Yeah, thank you guys for the follows and the subs. I do appreciate. My taste buds don't appreciate, but I appreciate. Big Red, how's it going? That's going to take a while to get out of my mouth. One thing that we did notice is this guy right here. Obviously, forever and a day, we've been getting the Duke of Navezgane note. But now, whenever we read it, It uses it up. It actually gives you experience. I just realized it gave you experience instead of you. I'm sorry, guys. You don't get to scrap it down, and you do not get any toilet paper out of it. Good luck wiping your butt during your first week of the apocalypse. Ugh. Who comes up with those? It's just like a bad idea. What is this? Can of chili. Stash chili goes down smooth, but watch out for the fiery finish. Paco, it's gold. Okay. Water. Fresh bottled water? Well, as fresh as you can get in the apocalypse. Just watch out. You're gonna swallow, hot box the entire jar. Okay, so we have already got the FPS up there. I have already showed you guys all of my settings. So we're going to wander around a little bit and check the FPS. So I'm going to turn on debug mode. Yeah. Now, if you'll notice whenever I first spawned in, it'll say spawn in a random location. There is now the ability when you pop into a server to spawn next to your friends. So I think it has something to do with your Discord list of friends is what it'll probably go off of. And you'll be able to spawn next to them so you guys can build a base, build a horde base, create a community center, or whatever. So... well, you got a lemon to the face, Brett. Lemon to the face. And if you'll notice, the choppiness that was going on with the other stream is not actually happening right now, which is... I would figure that my internet would probably be worse than theirs, but it might just be that theirs was really, really bad that day. They could have been experiencing storms. It would have been nice to have known that sooner. Here's my fire. We're still sitting at 60, 50, 58. Bo is getting slapped in the head. Night-night, Vic. Go down, dude! Don't get back up. Okay. So just the normal walking around. I do have my VSync on because whenever you're recording and stuff like that, it's good to have a nice steady FPS instead of having it just max out the FPS if you guys are streamers or recorders. You know, turn it on VSync, put it on 60 FPS, it will look better. Seems that US internet is bad on any excuse. It really is. It really is. On normal days, I usually have to deal with internet outages and stuff like that. We're gonna knock on wood after having been said that, but for the most part, everything seems to be holding steady. I'm not getting any choppiness right now. It's actually kind of sort of seeming a bit better than it used to. I don't have any chunkiness going on. Even with me playing with fire, which is usually like an immediate 5 extra damage out. Hold on, my stamina. My stamina. Wait for it! Okay, let's go somewhere where we're gonna spawn in bad guys. Run along the building. 60 FPS the whole time. 59, 56, 60. 60, 60, 60. Let's see, where's another good building that's going to give us a whole lot of... Now let's go over here. Yeah, the settings have been turned up since the last time I played. I've got more shadows and stuff. And my PC is... Hold on, let me see. Let's see. Just, hold on, man. Aussie waifus running down the street. Let's see. Right now I'm doing 56%, 43% of my CPU. Somewhere in there. And then I have got 37, 39, 40 of my GPU playing the game right now. And I am streaming. And I am not recording. I should definitely be recording. Hang on. Wait for it. Recording started. Let's see what that changed to 2. Let's see, CPU 42, 45, 37. GPU did a big bounce and now it's at 50, 49. 39, I just ran into a box. 51, we're sitting at 60 FPS. So there's those settings, and it's pretty steady for streaming and recording. Okay? Now, the only thing we could possibly do to make this even worse is to go find ourselves a big city, because you know we always get a dip in the city. It's also very hot where Liz is, so it's not an idea. Yes, this is very hot. It is 85 degrees outside, exceptionally humid, and the only thing cooling me off is a box fan. So if you are in a nice cool room, you will probably get better FPS than even I do. Let's see, which direction do we want to go? I do want to pop into each biome, so let's just go to the closest one that I can see. Hang on, what was it? Shift Q? Where's your city at? I can't see! Point me to your city! Bring me to your leader! There we go. We are in the wasteland. Oh, it says something isn't right here. Hang on. They did not show this one. Ooh, look at the green. And it's only giving me seconds. There's no 3 minutes on this one. Ooh, what's gonna happen? I'm probably going to die. I'm going to die fast. Oh, it's slowly creeping up. Is it actually gonna cover my entire face? Does it kill you immediately or start hurting you? I have acute radiation poisoning, which does what? It's slowly killing me. Okay, so now we know what that does. Turn it on God mode again. The latest patch is oddly stable and FPS is better lately, even on mods. I think the only concern that we have is whether or not the consoles are going to see the optimizations. They should. But do they feel the optimization? I think most people on PCs have been seeing some optimization. It may not have been 100%, but nothing is as bad as the year of every time the wind blew through the trees, I had 2 FPS. Nothing's as bad as that. So... Alright, so we know what this biome looks like. I have got 58, 60... Where's me a big building? Find me a big building. Almost forgot what we were looking for. The Ostrich Hotel's got a lot of spawns. 47? What the heck was that? Pardon? I might have woken somebody up on the inside. It's 58. Alright. Alright, I've got 59 FPS, 60 FPS. 59 FPS, and right now I'm sitting at 57%. 44%, 43% of my CPU, 48, 50, 49 of my GPU going. So I still have a bit of room, and I am recording and streaming in the middle of the city and in the wasteland. So that's not bad, and I'm sitting right beside a POI. Let's wake some people up. Hello! Housekeeping! 53, 52, 48... Okay, that pissed off a lot of people. 51, 49, I've got a crotch in my face. 53, 52, CPU. And 51, 49, GPU. Still streaming, still recording. 48, 55, 49, 54. That's actually pretty good. In comparison, it used to be whenever I would go inside this building, it would get down to 28. And I've actually increased my settings to make it look better, so yeah. That's not bad. It's not like 100% 60 FPS, but I never expected a spawn in of zombies to actually get around 60 FPS, because that AI hits the stuff hard. Think we need to jump to the snow biome to see the werewolf. Good lord. Okay, which way? Let's see. I wind up finding the edge of the map before I find what I'm looking for. This is a very large map. Ah, here we go, snow. And in the city. Things are popping in pretty quick. We are sitting at 54 FPS. Sorry, Bear. Just spawning right on your booty, my bad. We've got 59, 56, 57, 60, and I am sitting at 37 on my CPU and 49, 48, 47 on my GPU. So still not maxed out there. Got lots of room to play with. This is not a huge city, but it's a pretty decent size. Alright, now we haven't actually checked any of the storms either to see how they work with the FPS. I actually don't have the commands. I wish they had given us the commands for the storms. What was it for this one? They did it during the dev stream. It was weather... Was it storm... Storm 24 or 25? Oh, you're just out walking around, are you? Leave that where it is! Okay. That hurt, dude. 51, 50, 49. Trying to see how bad the vignette gets before you finally have lost control. Wait, can I not run? There's another one! They're here. Studio, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Bleh. Okay. I'm trying to see how close the vignette gets. It gets to where you can't see or anything like that. I want to know. What on earth, dude? You gotta quit breaking that. Has anyone ever told you you look like Resident Evil 8? I'm just saying. There's another one. So these guys are not... Ow! That was my cheek! My favorite cheek! Oh geez, look at the screen. It gets really dark. Okay. So they're not even just like a nighttime spawn that shows up. They're- Hey! I'm talking here! That's a lot of distance. How far can you throw? Straight up. Ooh. Ooh. Ha ha. Get wrecked, dude. I have no idea how high this up is, but that's a long throw. When do you start aggroing again and start throwing again? Wait, did they- Oh my god, they took the leg off of Dean! That's just rude. They can damage other zombies. Really? That's my face. If you get a whole train of zombies in front of these guys, will they just like wreck the whole train of zombies? Because I did not do that. They did that. Rude. Is it different with the God mode on? No, I've turned it off a few times. And just walked around. The God mode is actually having to render things a whole lot faster because I'm moving faster in God mode. So if anything, your FPS should be a little bit better because you're not having to render in as much. I feel like we... Never mind. There's just all kinds of craziness. You know what? If they had made this... I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This would have been an awesome zombie. Why is it a werewolf? If they had taken Paul, which is like the lumberjack, and had him tossing trees at people, that would be hilarious. Especially if they're going to throw them around the apocalypse like this. This isn't even a rare creature. This is just normally walking around. What's your health? That's not too bad. Okay, his is 623. Where is another bad guy? It's like triple the damage to kill him. Okay. Don't do it. And they move at about the same speed. Okay, so there's not really a speed increase with them. They do have some serious range, though. Hey! That's my favorite tree! See, look, there's Paul. Why can't Paul have those abilities? He actually looks like a zombie. Excuse me, Paul. I'm talking about you. See, can you imagine him running around, maybe give him some red eyes or something like that? Like he's a special type? And then have him throwing rocks and trees at people? That'd be great. Nope. Werewolf. Anyway. That's what we found out about that one. What is the next biome? Let's go... How far north can we go? Let's go north. Where is... Is this the right one? Nope. Desert. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go check out the desert. We need a city, please. Or at least a lot of buildings, you know? Check out our FPS here. And the whole time I was sitting there, I waited and it did not do the, I do like the fact that we're actually sweating. It didn't do the storm, so I guess maybe the command has changed, or maybe I didn't do it right. And this one, unlike the radiation and the snow biome, this one gives you 1 minute and 42 seconds. Like, how you doing? Notice that the health bar now for the zombies... Oh, that's just because I have it inside the dev mode. I have it in God mode so you can see the health bar. It would be nice if that was a toggleable option, but there's a lot of mods that add it in, so I don't guess it's really necessary. You can actually have it toggle in your base game. You can turn it on. You'd have to go into your dev mode, hit the, I think it's 0. I'm not sure if it lasts after you get back out of dev mode. Hang on, let's find out. Oh, I found you. Okay, never mind. I was not actually looking for you. Alright. So you're just out wandering around. No! Stop, stop, stop. Stop it. Okay. Alright, just like the snowclaw, how far away can you launch those at me? Pretty doggone far. Okay, hang on. Another test, another test. Can I run away from them? I do apologize. I'm not exactly being scientific about this, but, you know, as we run into things, I kind of want to see... I mean, yeah, I'm actually getting some pretty decent distance. Can we break line of sight and escape it? Excuse me, I'm sweating like I'm in my garden. Did I escape? I don't see them, so you can break line of sight and get away from them. Alright. It's not like a homing pigeon. Okay, alright, that's good to know. FPS checks. That's actually what we were supposed to be doing, was FPS checks. Just sitting here playing with zombies. Let's go over here. I see if they change the model image of water and canned food. I wonder if they changed the modeling of any other items. Yes, they have. The medicines and everything else. They have changed a lot of models. Okay, let's go walking. 60 FPS, 59, 60, 60, 60. Let me check my stats over here. Let's see, we've got 38, 44, 39, 45 on the CPU. GPU, I've got 51, 52, 50. Okay, that's basically what I've got going on over there. And let's see if we can get an FPS drop by waking a whole bunch of people up. Pardon! Hi! I need a few more people to wake up, though. 60, 48, 57, 60, 59. Wakey, wakey. Okay, that's a pretty decent amount of people. I've got 60 FPS. A couple of tiny dips, but for the most part, pretty good. What on earth is going on with this wall? That's weird. Like the stucco fell off. Yep, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Now we just need the burned biome. So, which way direction we need to go? Let's go east. This way. Yeah, this patch will be live on Monday. I'm not sure what time, but typically whenever the Fun Pimps do something, it's like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, somewhere in the afternoon time, Eastern Standard Time. So somewhere around there. It just depends on where you live. If you're in Europe somewhere, obviously it's going to be like 6 or 5 or something like that for you guys. Okay. Thick Smoke, they actually showed this one during the dev stream. I don't have any choppiness, and I have 60 FPS. I'm coughing. Pardon. I have a cold. Sniffles. Pardon, I smoked an entire carton of cigarettes. Now, is it just me, or does this biome feel like it doesn't have anything? You know, because now both of those other biomes have like a special creature or something like that. This one doesn't have one. Ah! Stop it. Okay, still getting 60 FPS. Is there a bigger building I can go to? Most of these look like remnants. I need a big building that actually tests the computer
Hey, buddy.
here.
You look thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This version doesn't have the jittery thing. The thing is I think if they had turned on the FPS counter, we probably would have found out it wasn't the game causing the jitteriness. It was either their system or their internet or something like that. But it wasn't reconciled during the stream. It probably could have been fixed. We need to test Jen to see whether or not her jiggle physics will cause any problems. Okay, I'm still getting 57. Let me check my stats over here. 54. I can tell you this particular one, I think I got to... It was probably around the 28 range on FPS whenever I used to come through here, if I'm not mistaken. I got 60, 56, 60, 58. My CPU is at 50. My GPU is at 48. Get back over here to the building. 60 on my CPU, 50 on my GPU, 54. Alright, let's go and wake somebody up. 53, 51, 47. I am flying through a whole lot of stuff, guys. 56. Hi, how are you? CPU is 56. GPU is 56. Wow. It's very together of you guys. Okay, so but not some huge lags. Let me set myself up here. 50, 57, 52, 53. What you doing? You're not working hard enough, sir. 54, 57, 58. So not too bad and not choppy. What CPU is this? I've got my entire thing, exclamation specs, if you want to pull it up at any point. And at the very beginning of this, I actually showed what settings we're playing on, so you guys can go back and watch the VOD. Over on the YouTube channel, I know the VOD will show up. On Twitch, sometimes the VOD acts weird, but it will be there, so you can go back and see all of the settings that we have set up for it. So you'll know kind of like where you want to put your settings to start it out. But what we did find out is even with completely wiping the game out of the system and downloading again, it remembered my settings, and I could actually increase the quality beyond what I had during last season, because I had some extra wiggle room. Some zombies are actually on fire walking in the street. Yeah, those are the ferals. The Bernie dude. There he is. Bernie dude. No! First off, why is that happening? Like he was at a rave. Secondly, why is he... Okay, probably because I'm floating. Hang on. May not float. You're so fast. Given the fact that I'm hitting him with fire, it's probably not doing anything to him. It would be hilarious if I healed him. I am on fire? But yeah, this is the feral version of him. The regular version, where's the regular one? Not that we don't think you're important, dude. Here's one. Yeah, regular burnt guy. Yeah, he's been out for a minute. He is very fast, though. Was there something else that we needed to see here, though? We basically saw what happened whenever we sat here too long. We saw the FPS. Was there anything else? Might be your pain meds, but is your recording starting after you got to the first city? No. I started recording... when we were still in the settings menu. We created a whole map and everything. Just to let you know, they're not... You guys know I can read both sides of the chat, though, right? I can see both of you. So, you say it in one of them, I can hear it in the other. I can brain in neither. My brain is completely vacant. Yeah, it probably, most of my stuff goes through Stream Elements, and that goes through Twitch. So sadly, most of the commands and stuff do not work over on YouTube. I do apologize. Skip to day 2 to see whether or not it triggers the storm. The problem is for this biome, I don't even know what the storm commands are. I'm assuming there's a different number for each biome. I mean, I guess we could play around with it and find out. Indoor FPS minus a light source, maybe. Ow! Ow, 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 ow! Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna die in here? Come in. Hang in. I did the dumb and walked through the fire. That is... so cheating. I was walking right there. Let's see. 50, 60... 60... 58, 55... I'm slowly dying. There we go. I think I woke up everybody in the building. Ow! Don't do that! I have bad lungs. 54? 49? That's the worst I've seen, and it wasn't even chunky when I did it. So that's pretty good. Good heavens, my character's gonna cough up a lung. Have fun and misbehave? Thank you, Henry. You too. You too. That was all the biomes, though, we checked out, though, right? We checked out a city in each one of the biomes. Alright, let's see if we can't figure out this whole storm thing. Let's sit right here. Come on. DM. No, I wanted to turn that back on. DM creative. Let's do... Let's see. What did they call them? They weren't badges. They look like they are badges. Okay. Okay, now we're going to get into talking about... specifics that did not even show up in my inventory. Found a bug. Alright. Well, that's something. Anyway. Click that so I can send it to him.
Shiny!
Thank you for the shiny. Sent you a message on Discord. Give me my mouse. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, for those of you who didn't see the dev stream, basically you're going to have to do missions or things in order to open these things up. Let's go ahead and take a couple of seconds to go over some of those things and the new skill tree, because that's going to be very important and it's on my list of stuff and things to talk about. Sadly, it means going back through every single one of these to see if they have changed, because some of them, even in the basic area, have changed a little bit. That one looks the same. As far as I can tell, this one is the same. That one looks the same. Attacks are 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%. I have a zombie that's after me. You could pick up mines. Okay. That one looks the same to me as well. You guys let me know if you see one that actually looks different. I'm just doing a quick scan over because most of the changes are in the new ones, but it may not just be that. Mountain lion and bears, dire wolves and zombies. At some point, do you get the ability to animal track the fancy creatures? The ones that belong in an RPG? 10%, 30%. The penetrator. Okay. This one looks the same. Okay, now we have our masteries. Each one of these has got a mastery. Strength mastery, fortitude, agility, and all of that. We've got all of those. So this one is harvest more dukes. Harvest steel from cars, gun saves, and shopping carts. So that's pretty cool. Spear and rifles. Primary attacks called bleeding. Not sure if that's useful. Sprinting power attacks with spears deal 25% more damage. And rifle shots deal 50% more damage. So, rifle infiltrator. No, it's Deadeye. Let's see, 10%, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then 50. So you're going to do a whole lot more damage if you go into the mastery. And this one has changed. You can actually do more damage to dirt if you do these. 10% more items in the buried chest, 100% more damage to the dirt. So diggers are probably going to want this. If you create moats around your bases, this is actually going to be useful. It's going to be a useful thing. Plus you get a little bit extra inside of your stuff. And this adds an extra weapon or armor or rare item to buried chests. I wonder if that just means if there is a tendency of weapon, armor, or a rare item to show up that you have a chance for an additional one, or if it will also put weapons inside boxes that wouldn't normally have them. I have no idea. Maybe it has to do with the percentage. We shall see. This looks the same to me. It might be a little bit different. I don't know, but it does more damage. That looks pretty similar. These are basically just percentages, fire rates, and stuff like that. Percentages, knockdown. Landing 5 successive hits in a short time caused the last blow to do 100% extra damage. Was that there before? I don't know. 4 successive hits and 3 successive hits. I don't know if that was in there before. It might have been. Skull Crush. The skull thing, the hammers now have their own book series, so there's going to be a whole lot to do with those. These are going to be all new ones. I would definitely recommend going through. If you are a person who wants to play the sledgehammers, I would go through, but these are on par with all of the other weapons. 20% chance to ragdoll. These are all ragdolls. Okay. 5% faster, 10%, 15, 20. It surprises me that Grand Slam and Big and Fast don't go together. Are in the same one. You have to expend points into one or the other. They should really be looped in together. But then you wouldn't have to spend as many points to do so. Pack Mule. Your pack has a 10% chance to ignore physical damage. Pack Rat. Isn't it Pack Rat in Fallout 76 that allows you to use your junk to protect yourself? You can get up to 50% chance to ignore a physical attack. I wonder if it still damages your armor. That would be a good thing to find out. Let's see. Oh, critical injuries heal 100% faster when holding a mining tool. But why? Okay. 5% chance to gain scrap brass. Hey, a way to get scrap brass when just harvesting regular ore blocks.
What's
okay.
up?
What's up? How you doing? Pack Rat makes it lighter. There's one that I use on my character. It's the more junk you have, the more the less damage you take. Zaldich will be easier? Yes. It would definitely be easier with that one. It wouldn't be a bad one just for people who are just like out there digging up stuff and things. It would also make treasure hunting more viable because you're not spending as much time trying to dig the stuff out. I think one of the biggest problems is now that they've got the spawn in that happens on top of you and it takes so long to dig it out early on. Yeah, it actually kind of makes it a little bit more viable to go out treasure hunting again. Mining tools and pickaxes and shovels deal more damage to zombies when used in combat. They should deal regular damage like they would if they were any other thing, like... Okay. If you hit a zombie in the head with a pickaxe, it's going to hurt. I'm wondering what kind of percentage we're talking about here on whether or not that's actually useful. Headshots or clubs or sledgehammers have a 50% chance to dismember. Kills with strength-based weapons grant 50% damage resistance for 10 seconds. Okay, alright. It's a bit of damage resist. Alright, I don't think this would have changed. It's just basically block damage and stamina usage. This one is harvesting more. Looks the same. Junk miner, we didn't actually get a chance to look at this one. Gain 20% more resources from mining junk such as cloth, plastic, etc. 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. I guess that would make it easier whenever you're going to look for things, but I have a feeling this is going to result in people with a whole bunch of boxes full of random junk they're never going to use to craft. That's just my thoughts. Except for cloth. Cloth, you always need. Bones, you always need. It's always going to be a thing. Okay, the brawler, what was it, last version we had the ability to negate infection. So that's not new. The rest of that just looks the same. Okay, machine gunner, probably not changed. I think most of the stuff that had changes, they mentioned it at some point. Punching is faster, punching, so it's just all punching. Okay. 25% faster. 20%, 40% on harvest, 80%, 100%. Pain tolerance, has this changed? I was kind of hoping with the upgraded bad guys, we're going to get a whole lot more pain tolerance from something. Though there does seem to be a whole lot of, like defense or negating or whatever damage, so maybe that's where that will come in handy. This looks the same. Killing an enemy will instantly stop bleeding injury without using a bandage. So it makes you bleed, kill it fast. Don't waste your time trying to pull out the bandage. After recovering from an infection, you are immune to further infection for 2 real-world hours. That's 2 in-game days, normal in-game days. That's not bad. That's not bad. Turns out the undead have more than just bad breath. They've got valued dental work too. Fist weapons have a 10% chance to gain silver or gold teeth fillings from zombie kills. You're literally collecting zombie teeth. Okay, alright, whatever. Nothing can shake your will to survive. Permanently adds a 50 max health. Okay. It makes you harder to break. Permanently adds an additional 50. A 50 and a 50? Really? So you can just, like, suddenly get extra health. Okay. Is there anything on wrenching green barrels for acid? I have not seen anything, no. I can go back and look at the... what was it? Scavenger. Junk miner? Cloth, plastic, etc. Yeah, I don't think it changes the loot table of stuff you get, it's just the amount that you get. Siphoning strikes. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. You basically leech health from the bad guy. Okay. And healing factor looks the same. Healing factor looks the same. Iron Gut. Looks the same. I don't see anything new. Cardio... Hey! Here's one! We waited around long enough for a storm to happen. Okay, this is actually something I wanted to test. Stay alive long enough for me to test this, please, and keep the storm going. Cool. I just pulled a Minecraft maneuver. Alright. I have got 59 FPS. Hang on. Give me my mouse. Okay, I've got 60, 52, 47. I just woke up some zombies. 52, 55, 58. Oh, I got a bird involved. 58, 48, 61. CPU is sitting at 51. GPU is sitting at 52. It's not bad. I would have thought it was a whole lot worse there during one of these storms. It's not too bad. Alright, let me walk. 57, 49, 54, 60. How's it look to you guys? Is it choppy at all? It doesn't look choppy to me. Ooh. That's like 9 points of damage right there. That's a significant amount of damage. Okay. I have alerted every single bad guy in the area. Okay. Looks kind of smooth. It really did. Sorry, I have no clues. You guys are making noise! Okay, back to back to the sorry guys, you are not important. We must find out the stuff in the things. What are we looking at? Dude, hang on. Stat. Thought so. They're gonna wait until I go back inside my menu and they're gonna do that again. Hang on, let's move over here. Just trying to look at a thing. Iron gut was the same. I saw a difference. Increased stamina regen by 30. I knew you were gonna do that! You a-hole! Hold on. Try it again. Try it again! I swear. I swear. You made me lose my spot for the third time. Permanently adds 25%, 25 max stamina. Did it do that before? I never actually got this far into cardio. Did it increase max stamina? Spawn 25 zombies? Oh, what am I doing? Let's see, 25. Let's do some cops because they have us the projectiles. Okay, it's already up. 41, 46, 43, 40, 50, 54, 50, 55. I'm guessing my health back. 53, 54, 57, and my CPU is running at 46. GPU is running at 56. 42 FPS. Does this look good to you guys? I don't see any choppiness on my end. Whoa. You guys are actually trying to kill me. I thought we were buddies. Freaking bird, dude. Get off of my head. Stop. Where's the other bird? Get off of my head! Oh my god. Freaking face huggers, dude. Okay, that's not too bad. It did sink a little bit, but it's not been as bad as it was before. Looks smooth? Yeah. There wasn't any, like, really big chunky stuff going on, which is pretty good. Okay. Archery. Looks the same. Gunslinger. Looks the same. Deep cuts. Looks the same. Whirlwind. It's just for the knife. And it's just all about speed, okay? Accuracy and penalty. Accuracy and penalty. Accuracy and penalty. I don't think that one has changed. Hard target. What is this? When moving, take 10% less damage, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. So there's another thing that gives you 50% on damage reduction of some sort. Probably going to be very useful with the new zombie types. Very. Have they improved performance? We have been running tests this whole time, and so far I haven't, even though we have dipped down into the 40s-ish, it's always been whenever the world was on load, as in it was spawning something in. even then, it didn't stutter. And right now we're sitting in a storm and watching the FPS and checking. See, we're getting small dips, but I'm not getting hung up. And CPU is sitting at, well, let's get moving. 43, 40. We got our GPU is at 50, 50, 41, 49. So the PC has still got room. If you guys are wanting to know, we've got my specs listed, exclamation specs if you're on Twitch, otherwise someone can copy and post it. And at the very beginning of this, I actually covered what my settings are right now. So you guys can see, according to my specs, what I decided to run with, which is actually better than last season's specs. I was able to turn the settings up. So what I was running last time, I have given myself more shadow and better quality over last year. So I would say there has to have been at least some optimization happening. I'm not sure how much. It might be the trees. I have no idea. Okay, so that was the parkour. This one is... that one looks normal. Leg hits have a 40% chance to cripple. Handguns 20% faster. Handguns now cause bleeding. I'm not sure how agility changes whether or not your handguns cause bleeding. Graceful reflexes. The first zombie or animal attack. Oh, you deflect an attack. Recharges every 60 seconds. Does that mean the bad guy gets it, or that you just don't get it? Because that's hugely different. There's a difference between negating and deflecting. So... what do we mean here? Does that mean it hits itself, it like winds up to go to smack you and then just accidentally smacks itself in the face? It rolls a 1. Fully drawn bows bypass enemy armor, dealing a full plus an extra 25%. Okay. I think they actually showed the agility master quickly during the stream, so we pretty much got a good look at that one before. That one looks the same. Looks the same. I'm trying really hard to get through all of these. This is like the boring part of having to search through all of these. That, and even if we like the way this is, there's a chance that this might change with another update. It might get throttled back. Someone could be watching this like 3 months from now and they'd already done an update and patched something because they considered it too OP. Okay, stamina cost, damage, stamina cost, more damage, electrify victims, yada yada, 10% more damage, 20%, 5 more batons, okay. Alright, basically it's just reducing stamina, dealing more damage, and the shock lasts longer. Okay, and robot active range. Robot active range. 2 can be deployed at once. Alright, that one hasn't changed. I want this one. Attack speeds. Batons are 5% faster, 10% faster, 15% faster, normal. Okay. And... looks normal. Normal?
Hey, buddy. You look
yeah,
thirsty.
Normal.
Why don't you get hydrated?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All in all, it seems agility got shafted. I think the problem is some of these particular ones that were way overpowered, and by them dividing them up, you can actually see which skill trees actually needed some work. And agility, if you take stuff out that didn't actually belong in agility, it means agility needs work. They focused on making the big hammer viable. Yeah, that's basically where they spent a whole lot of time, but there's a few other changes that they have made, mostly having to do with the masteries. Most of the OP stuff won't come until you're high level, and the extra hit points and stuff be new zombies, blue and orange, exactly. I have a feeling that these new masteries and everything are going to be absolutely imperative for once you get up into the higher levels. How long has this storm been going on? It's going good. Is this all night long? All night long. Don't hit me for, that was not a song? That was not a song.
It was awfully done enough to where
Good. No way that could be copyrighted. It seems like the storm is actually lasting all night, which is weird. Is this intentional, or is it just lasting that long? Because I can tell you a storm that keeps people inside instead of actually playing the game is going to wind up wearing out people's good intentions rather quick. Where were we at? Block and melee damage. 10% better loot. Position. The first one still gives you your splints and casts, so that's good. They didn't change that. 3 gives you the cure broken limbs instantly. Okay, okay, so we are good on that one. This one looks the same. Okay, grease monkey. Looks the same? Okay, and what is the mastery? Vehicles take 20% less damage and consume 20% less fuel. It's pretty good. Bookworm adds a 25% to find a book, magazine, or schematic in loot. Does that mean in any loot, or in loot places where they would normally be at? Because if that adds it into any loot, that's pretty cool. Photographic memory adds a 50% chance to gain 2 skill points when reading magazines. Not bad. Isn't that the same thing that the nerd outfit does? And do they stack? It's set to 100% for storms. Yeah. So it shouldn't be lasting this long, I don't think. Unless I did leave it on that, in which case that would be hilarious. Stun batons only take 2 hits to charge. Stun batons are always charged. Holy crap, Cole, eat your heart out. Dude, my baton is always ready. Did I put it on 100%? Once it starts, it's just not going to stop. It's going to be storms all the time. That's messed up. Did I do that? I have to know now because it has been going on for hours in game. Where's that? Oh, yeah, it's just 100%. Okay, how long are these storms? For videos and content creation, these storms can cause an issue. It's not just that. I think most people, it's like 1 or 2 times every now and then is okay, but if you have a storm that lasts an entire day, they're just going to get bored. I mean, yeah, every now and then it's like, oh, well, there's storms outside. I can stay inside and do some crafting that I've been neglecting anyway. That's a long time for a storm. Did I name them differently? I have no idea. We're just gonna load in. We'll know if I spawn into a different area. They were called the same thing? I think one was the... One was the 10K and one was the 6K map. You are safe from the storm? How am I safe from the storm? Seek shelter and God. Okay! I was standing in the exact same place. Okay, hang on. Let me check something. Is this safe from the storm? It might be, but... something knows that I am here. Bum bum bum. This is a very long storm. I wonder if it's going to go away at daybreak. Go see Grace? Oh yeah. We are at the Hogzilla thing, aren't we? Hang on.
Emotional damage!
Stop. It is the emotional damage. Oh, hold on. What am I hearing? Oh. Why, Fluffy? It's just rude. Oh, wow, look at those eyes, dude! Stop, pig! Oh. Whoa!
What's up?
What's up? How are you doing? How is your stuff? How's your things? Oh my god. Hold on, we must appreciate Grace. Go away, regular zombies. Good grief. Look at that face, though. She sat on somebody. Wow. So what kind of loot do you drop? A couple of books? Now, mind you, I am 0 level, so it's pretty good for a 0 level something or another. That was pretty wicked, especially in the dark like that. Her eyes basically glow. That was pretty good. Grace has a mohawk? Yeah. She has a mohawk and her entire spine was coming out of her chest. I mean, out of her back. The thing is like, Grace doesn't just run around, does she? Hold on, let's walk around and see. Because the new Plague Spitter and the werewolf both just walk around willy-nilly wherever the heck they want to. Why can't Grace? Yeah, I don't see her. Even at night, I don't see her. Sad times, guys. Justice for Grace? Justice for Grace! Hashtags Justice for Grace! She should definitely be allowed to roam. I would regret that the first time it ran up on me. What is going on with those glowy dudes? That is some serious glow. Ugh. They're really not happy that I'm floating. Okay, what else did we look at? We actually came in here to look at all of this and then to figure out what it is we needed to do for challenges. We got the perk books, and of course we have our sledge saga. We have our harvesting tools. I don't think there'd be anything new in here besides those, right? Yeah, sledgehammers are in there. Okay, and then under challenges, we have our basic challenges, the ones that we had before. It would be interesting to see if they snuck anything in here. And then these. Select a challenge to view or track the requirements. Track a challenge by pressing track button or by using the quick action. So... Harvesting reward, trader reward. How do you even open up the first one? I'm wondering whether or not there's a dev thing that will allow you to see those.
A shiny!
A shiny! A vibration. Typically... Don't do it, bird. Stop. Stop. Just stop your things. Probably trader missions, and they normally send you out to a new trader, so they're not just locking it behind having to do the items. Oh, you think maybe I have to do the tutorial thing first? We can run and do that right quick. Let's do that. Hold on. Put it on the... I'll click all of the buttons. It's fine. Redeem a tutorial challenge. Very good. We did that one. Okay. Plant fibers. Hi, Ed. How are you doing? This is dumb. Let's just do this in the middle of this biome, right? Stones. Get some health back right quick. Okay. Like I said, we are goofing off in here. We are learning things. Tomorrow we'll actually start a playthrough that will continue on the main channel. Craft stone axe. Craft. And then use that. And harvest stone. We were talking about whether or not mushrooms were going to be, you know, all over the place for some of these missions, because mushrooms are usually something that's hard to find. They're just on the ground out here, guys. I guess that answers that question. Storm is lasting too long. Heck yeah. It's already 5 o'clock the next day. It took out half of yesterday. Primitive armor. Wear that. Wooden club. Craft that. Leave me alone, Ed. Bow. Craft that. Feather nest. I don't have a nest anywhere near me. Aha, here we go. Stone arrow. Come on, we can do this. Okay, does that open it? It does, okay. Stop. I was trying to fly. You're holding me back. Okay, now, these challenges, how silly or dumb do they get? Burnt survival. Wear any non-primitive armor. Does that mean in any biome, or do you have to do that in this biome? Question. Any non... Pick it, wear it, love it. Does that count? It counted. Okay, so it will actually say if you have to wear it in this biome. Then we have to go harvest mushrooms. We have to make a burnt smoothie, which each one of the areas has its own type of smoothie that you have to create. Then we have to harvest nitrate, kill 5 burnt, loot 5 containers, and spend 20 minutes in the biome. And then wear this biome badge, which I've got all of the biome badges in my pocket, so it actually counts having this biome badge. And then we have to harvest aloe, make the smoothie, get some oil shell, kill the plague spitter, 10 of them, loot 10 containers, and spend 25 minutes. Is this just going to be progressively harder? Harvest blueberries. Blueberries in the snow biome. I wonder if they increase the spawn rate. The smoothie, harvest coal, kill some frost claws, those are 15 of those, and loot containers, 15 of those, and we have to spend 30 minutes in that biome. And then we have to get radiated mushrooms? Wait. What do you mean? Where were we? Where's your wasteland at? We have visited it. Where was it? Here we go. Radiated mushrooms. Something was screaming at me. Radiated mushrooms? Oh. This is a completely new item. Well, I say completely, it's just colored. Shouldn't this have a dysentery chance? They're used in the atomic smoothie. They can be eaten, but make sure you're sitting down first. Why? What happens? Use. Oh. Oh, good. Bleh, oh my god. Well, I mean, they give you a warning. That's going to last for a minute. Ew. Oh my god, I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. There, let's just turn that off. Okay, but we know now. We know. Does that mean whenever you make the smoothie, it's going to cause the same problem? Probably. Okay, so we checked out the mushrooms. Okay, so that's mushrooms, the atomic smoothie, harvest lead, we need 500 of those. Kill mutated, so that's their special zombie, is going to be the mutated here, and loot 20 containers. And in order to get this one, you have to be in this biome for 35 minutes. So each time, progressively longer, kill progressively more bad guys, and stuff like that. This is fine. Yeah, exactly. I was tripping shrooms. Okay, so we figured out that one. Do these things seem like they are easy or irritating that you're going to have to do them each time? I don't know. Some of these seem like you'll probably wind up doing it anyway. Mushrooms have a ton of uses, so obviously you're probably going to wind up picking them up. The smoothies, kind of odd. It does. Did you see that though? Did you just see that? There's a go-to button. It takes you to the place where you can craft it. And you have to use mushrooms and coal to make it. Okay. Aloe, oil shell, mushrooms, water. You want to drink oil shell? Alright. So each one of them you can just click through. That's kind of a nifty thing. I don't know who thought of that. That was a good idea. They need a promotion. Or at least a pizza party. Fun Pimps, I don't know who they are. Pizza party at least. Do these feel like they wouldn't be so irritating to do? I imagine probably doing this the 20th time for your 20th character in the playthrough, it probably will be irritating. Shouldn't you also be better equipped if they were buying? Yes, you definitely should. Now, the question is exactly what levels should we have to worry about the electrical? Are we actually still in a storm? I don't think... no. Hold on. Wait. Just a second. Are we still in a storm, though? Are storms broken? Did I just plop that on top of that one? This is not working correctly. What just happened? Guys, I broke something again. Stop it. Clipping it. I got another bug. I am finding some bugs with these badges. I'm sure somebody else has probably already let them know, but there's some serious stuff and things going on. Okay, am I no longer... Okay, yeah, it is during a storm. My storm has been on this whole time. Does 100% mean you always have storms? Just storms happen all the time? What's the point in having a 500% if it's on all the time? Hold on. Wait. Is the sun coming out? Okay, okay. Let's go lower the percentage and see if that fixes the problem. Yeah, it still looks like the burned biome. Actually, this has got green streaks instead of red streaks. Obviously, it's different. So, yeah. Storm frequency, 100%. Let's try 50 and see if it goes away. Does 100% actually mean once the storm starts, it's not going away? What's the point in having 500%? What does it say when you enter a house? It says that you are protected. As a matter of fact, you can just throw a line of boxes all the way around you and you're protected. So if you get caught out in the middle of nowhere, always keep boxes on you and you can cover yourself kind of like you would in Minecraft when it gets dark. Remember the same? Yes, I listened to that and it was hilarious. Definitely. It seems to be working in a couple of ways, yeah. What percentage of damage will it do? It's been doing like 10 points of damage per counting time. It's been like 10 seconds and you'll get 10 damage. 10 seconds and you get 10 damage. Yeah. And it's actually doing a countdown. Hang on. Says I'm safe, so you got a second. Seek shelter, 10 seconds, and then it'll hit me for damage. On here, I'll go over here. It's about 10-ish damage. Earlier, I went into the back of a trailer. It counted as a building. Would it count if you were just on, say, a porch? It does not look like it's going to count that I'm on the porch. Open the door! Now I'm safe. I'm sorry, guys. We are doing a demonstration. Your services are not needed right this second. It just says you're safe from the storm. Stop. And we were inside a... the hog something or another where your Grace is at. The trailer that's out back, it's actually got holes all the way through. It looks like you could carry cows and stuff on it. It considered us safe there, so... What, kitty? What, kitty? Are we good? I'm just curious. If you don't have a door on it, what happens? No, give me the door frame. There we go. And yet this isn't safe. I just stand in the doorway. I'm safe. Why? But I don't know how they're judging this. It seems to be working better than I thought it would, because it used to be that you would get rain inside, but it seems to be working pretty well. Like, I don't have the effects of the storm inside either, so... Can't imagine they intend for you to stay inside for over an hour. Yeah, this has been weird. The storm has just been ongoing. Oh, direwolf. Right there. At least that one looks immersive. Ugh. Yeah, this doesn't seem right. Let's do... Just gonna turn up the speed to see how long it's going to last. Needs walls? Or you'd have to move building to building? Is the storm going away? The storm has gone away. That lasted from, like, the evening time of the 1st until the daytime of the 2nd. That's a pretty decent length storm, and I had to turn it down in order to get it to do that. It normally runs on 6. There. That's concerning. So I still have to ask, is that because of the percentage? That's not right. Hang on. I changed it. This is the thing I actually meant to change.
You look thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
There we go. All right. What does your shirt say? Obey the plot. Our group is called the Platlings for various reasons. I'm a gardener, but also whenever it comes to gaming in general, the game has to obey its plot. Right now, 7 Days is kind of skittering on that not obeying its own plot thing. Though I am getting the distinct feeling that this is more of an RPG now than it was ever intended to be. But if that's the new direction they're intending to go, it would just be nice if they would tell everybody and be upfront about it. The reason I say that, for anybody who's confused about what I mean by the RPG, it's less sandbox and more go this way. The only issue is typically when you have RPG elements, there's also a storyline. I know that they intend to add a story to it. Most of the story that is shown in the world is sets, where it shows you what the story was that was going on at that particular time. As far as the actual story of what's going on here for your character, all we have is the story about the Duke and the couple of lines that we can get from the traders. But what makes me think that they're going more the line with the RPG is, first off, we have magical armor, and now we have magical abilities, and we have a blue werewolf. The rest of the animals and creatures and stuff like that I'm completely okay with. The blue werewolf kind of bothers me. I'm not going to lie about it. It does. But I'm going to let it go. If we're turning this into an RPG, then I guess you can just throw fairies in here if you want to. But, yeah, I don't know. If 100% means the storm starts and does not stop, there's no point in having it go up to 500. It doesn't make any sense. There should be like 100, 75, 25, well, 50, 25, and 0. Not 500%. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe log in and out to see if the settings bugged on the storm length. But that's the thing, it's not specific. It just says 0 means that they don't happen. It doesn't actually give you a timeline on how long 100% means. You would figure if you're doing 100% of the time, it's the defined amount of time that the fun pimps have designated. And that could actually be the time that we just experienced. It could be 100% of the time, or they expect storms to last days. That doesn't make sense, though. Why would you have a survival situation where you would want the storm keeping people in for days unless the intention is to have people run from building to building trying to survive? Which is possible. And I say that only because there was a particular content creator who probably gave them the idea that running from building to building might be entertaining because the sun might set you on fire. I'm not going to say who might be guilty of this. But I can tell you he has an Aussie accent. We shall blame him. It's just a slider from 0 to 100? Nope. It's a slider from 0 to 500%. It should only be a 0 to 100, yeah. Werewolf, there wolf, yes. The new monsters are cool, but they're not sticking with their original theme? No, they are not. I can tell you, the Bubble Boy over here, kinda pushing it, but I can imagine he got blistered up from radiation. The dire wolf actually looks like it would be a mix between several different wolves that got experimented on, escaped, intermingled. I can actually see the dire wolf existing. Grace, I can definitely see her existing, mutated by the zombie virus. Those guys don't look that odd to me. The plague spitter, the only way I can justify something like that existing, and you have to stretch for it, is if there was a museum POI that always spawns in. They would have to make new assets in order for that to actually be a thing. I don't think the type of assets you would need to make a museum believable are in here. Or there needs to be lore in Nevada, which is where the game is supposed to take place, of a plague spitter type of creature, in which case you're kind of sticking with the theme and just stretching it a little bit. The blue werewolf does not fit. I don't care how much you stretch it. It's a cool looking creature, but it does not belong in this game. If anything, they should have taken Paul, made him bigger, made him meaner, and allowed him to throw stones and logs at people. So that's my 2 cents on the wolf, especially since the wolf doesn't just come out at night and it's a special creature for the area. It's just out and about all the time. Plain and simple. Reaper, how ya doing? Yes, you can disable the new storms. You can also disable the biome progression that we've been experimenting with. So let's say 100 is 60-minute storm, then 500 would be 5 hours. I have no idea. That storm lasted for an entire day at 100%. I had to put it on 50 for it to stop, so I don't know. I don't know if the gauge is messed up or if they need to put some sort of indicator of what that means on there. Like, this amount of percentage is this amount of time in game. You're close to a heat stroke? Oh no! You got some heat too, don't you? Risa, thank you so much for the follow! How are you doing? Well, how is there a cop that spits radiation fireballs? Explained. I don't understand how that would make sense. I always consider that like a mixture of radiation and bile created by the creature. That one is a stretch too, but in a scientific term, it seems like it's some way a virus would mutate to create that. I don't know in which way a zombie virus mutates a wolf. First off, from the wolves that we have in the Pine Forest, we have those wolves. We have zombie dogs. And then we have the dire wolf. Okay, so we already have several different variations, and then you add the werewolf creature. Doesn't actually make sense as a variation. It doesn't even make sense as if there's a creature from a specific area that was somehow brought here and experimented on that somehow mutated into that. Whereas if for some reason there was a museum here or a mummy was being teleported between museums during the apocalypse, that somehow or another, some specific something or another interacted with that corpse in a way that it didn't interact with the other corpses to bring it back to life. Or Higashi was experimenting on a mummy. Or Higashi got the original virus from a mummy. Still doesn't explain the werewolf. Still doesn't explain the werewolf. In no way does the werewolf make sense to me. There's nothing that anybody can say that will make it make sense to me. It's just, it's a fantasy creature. It doesn't belong there. The others I can explain away in some tangential way that it could make sense given these factors. The wolf doesn't make sense. The werewolf doesn't make sense at all. She's in the wasteland. I can't barely see my screen. Yes, Reaper, I'm in the wasteland. When the swamp gases mingle with the red chili peppers and hit the moonlight, it can happen. That's amore. Yeah, exactly. Head honcho, thank you so much for the follow.
They're here.
Intruder, I can step into the wasteland if I want to. Look, I'll even put my toes on the ground. You can't stop me. This is the wasteland. You are not intended to be snarky. You've been playing 7 days for a while. Never have understood much about a little bit of the lore that there is. Oh no, I wasn't taking it as you being snarky. No. I do apologize if it seemed like I was taking offense. I was not. You can ask anybody here. I've got a very dry sense of humor. Most of the time people don't know when I'm joking. I am usually joking 9/10 of the time. But as far as like the creatures here, that's the one that stands out as one that doesn't belong. The Plague Spitter is already really stretching it. Really stretching it. And if the storyline... Let me just stretch out and look further down the line of story that they could potentially be creating for this. We have a duke, he has a casino. Maybe the original building where the casino was actually attached in some way to a museum. You better hope they can't see you. You don't know which way my camera is facing.
I can see you.
You're gonna walk in here, start doing weirdness, and get me banned one of these days. I'm gonna put you on OnlyBams, and you're gonna have to earn money that way. No, I can't, but I am facing this way. So if you walk in... Yeah, don't put it on full screen. Don't do that. The sounds of the wasteland are spooky. Yes, they are. In due time... Yes. Well, Reaper, just so you know, we've tested to find out what was going on with all of the, this stuff, because I know that they didn't show it very much during the stream. Basically, in order to get to this one, it can't be... Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying this right. We're in the wasteland. The first one is Wear the Biome Badge 3. So they are actually, I didn't know whether or not this was going to be like a, you could go from the Pine Forest into any other biome and just do the stuff. No, you actually have to wear the badge in order to open the next one properly. So you have to go from the burnt biome to the desert, to the snow, to the wasteland. Sadly. But once you get there, you have to harvest a couple of things, eat a couple of shrooms. Well, not eat them. You don't have to. As a matter of fact, it says don't eat them. And you have to kill a few bad guys and loot a few things and you'll get the badge for it. But it is actually not just saying you can't go immediately there. It's saying you have to go in order to get there. Through the burnt, through the desert, through the snow, to the wasteland. So that's basically what all that means. That was one of my questions, is if I decided, like, Bam likes to go into the server and immediately go for the snow biome. I was like, I don't know if you can just go into the snow biome, do those challenges, and get that badge. No, he actually needs the other badges before he can even start working on it. So no skipping ahead. Nope. No skipping ahead the way it is right now. This is PG-13. Yeah, he's never PG-13. He's not even R. Thankfully, he's R off-screen. Isn't that the trader progression route? Yes, it is. So technically, the traders should be sending you through this, but you don't necessarily have to use the traders, which is good. That there isn't a challenge on here forcing you to interact with the traders, so you can technically bypass the traders if you don't want to do trader missions. I know that there's several people who do not like doing trader missions. They just don't. I know somebody was asking me to go see how Jenna's doing, so we probably should pop over and find her, right? As a matter of fact, what is the... Hold on, POI. Teleporter... Jen... Trader Jen. Jen, we have people who are worried about you. Are we safe in here? Oh, I turned off my HUD. I was just gonna say, all of my stuff disappeared. That would be pretty cool if you're just like safe in here so all of your stuff just goes away. No, that was just me hitting buttons.
It's good you beat the evening rush. Take your time and stay a while.
We have 60 FPS. I guess we're gonna have to get her to move to see if Jizzle physics are going to attract FPS issues. I don't see any FPS issues. Admin options is open because I am in dev menu. I don't know if all of you know what the admin options are. If you ever have a problem whenever you're on a server, this is a way to fix your trader in case it's broken. Can I see your inventory?
Potent, proven.
What's up?
What's up? How you doing? Her assets are still intact? Yes, they are. Thank you, Brett. Green mushrooms? Yes. Green mushrooms. Radiated mushrooms. We found one earlier. Is it just me, or does she have longer inventory than usual? It might just be because I'm used to playing in the other one where they have a very limited inventory. And the prices look about the same? Maybe? Okay.
You know, a few things turned up missing the other day. You don't know anything about that, do you?
I've been here for 2 seconds and she's already accusing me of doing the stuff that I normally do. I don't know what you're talking about, Jen. Bye! Nerd tats. This stuff looks normal, but we can actually see some of the cans. Sham. That's just a blank can right there. That looks like a pickle. That looks like a pickle. Moonshine is the same. Okay. Well, we looked at all that. Jenna's fine, guys. She is A-okay. She's really out in the middle of nowhere, more or less. I kind of preferred them being in the middle of a town. It would give you a lot more options in order to, you know, home in. This one's like, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. Go way over there to find a house. Jim, how you doing? If you played Rebirth, of course you're worried about Jen. She's out of reach for most people. Yes. I haven't seen Jen in I don't know how long. Typically whenever I play, I hardly ever see her at all. I guess now, since you cannot bypass certain biomes, you have to go through the biome. Everyone's at least going to have interactions with each one of the traders, assuming they want to interact with the trader at all. And still no storms, so... Hold on. Turn this on real quick. Okay. I don't know how many of you knew this, but there's a... Inside the dev menu, the debug menu, you can change your stuff here. You can turn the overlay and stuff on. It gets rid of the fog of war and you can go look at things. It is particularly helpful if you are creating a server and you want to make sure that your server has spawned correctly, that you have all of your traders, that none of your traders are on like the other side of a canyon for no reason or something like that. It's definitely useful to go in and take a look at it. Hi.
Great. Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place.
Okay, so that's the same. And then it's going to continue on with this. Let's just walk around for a second. The temperature here has obviously gotten hotter. It is crazy warm here, guys. I'm still just getting 60 FPS. I'm not getting any choppiness or anything. I would actually say that there has to have been some optimization or something like that that happened. And somehow or another, the Fun Pimps have managed to not brag on themselves. They were just like very subtle about it. Makes me question, Did Prime and them purposely really mess up their live stream to lower everybody's expectations just for people to climb into the game and go, BAM! We'd optimized. Okay, so what else do we need to check? What else is on my list? Oh yeah, the one thing we really haven't talked about were the new types of zombies. Now the only issue is of course I don't know that we are gonna see those naturally until our character is a higher level. So we will definitely have to just spawn them in to see what happens. Because I am, oh jeez, I am interested in seeing these guys. Let's see, so we were looking at bow earlier. Charged, radiated, infernal. So as far as I know, the charged is supposed to be the next one. If I run, can you catch up? Are you still on me? No, 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 no. Can I lose you? Did I lose him? Oh, he was right there. They're actually kind of fast. Alright, let's put them side by side. Let's do a speed comparison. As a matter of fact, I need you two to get together and I need to bring out a feral so I can check him out too. Bleh. Hold on, let's do that. And... nope. Just wait right there for just a second, okay, dude? Not that button. We need a feral... infernal. Okay, no, 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 don't take down the trees. Can I get all of you guys together? Because I want to see actual speed together. Get together. Everybody together. Everybody together. You get smacked in the face in just a second. Okay. Oh, crap. Okay, okay. Feral seems to be faster than everybody. Dude, you left... No, they just lost interest. Hey, hey, hey. Am I chop liver? Come on. Ugh. Okay, you guys are... I don't know. The feral actually just seems like he's a little bit faster, is he not? Good heavens. You guys get together. He really seems faster. So is the feral version actually faster than the other guy? I would have thought that the charge guy would have been faster than him. Oh, hold on. What was it? 0? No, it's not 0. Nope, that slows you down. That? There we go. 1,000. Okay. 1,000. That is just creepy. That's just creepy. Jeez. Okay, I just knocked him down. Alright. It just looked like he swallowed a highlighter. Only a face a mother could love, guys. I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking like the charged guy was actually going to cause us more issues than it did. The feral is faster. Or at least in this particular version it is. Okay, let's try this again with just the 2 new guys. You're standing on each other's heels. It's not really working. Am I gonna have to give you guys actual running room or something? So he's probably a little bit faster than that. Okay, 1 at a time. It's a pretty decent amount of damage. Fatigue. Hold on. I'm actually trying to see something. Do you cause fire damage? Infected. Hold on. There we go. Nope. I don't think he actually causes fire. He's called an Inferno, but he doesn't actually cause fire, so I'm guessing the other guy doesn't cause electrical damage. Okay. The blue hits you harder and the orange hits blocks harder. Yeah, I kind of got that from their little demonstration, but they called it infernal and electric, and I figured they would also hit with... Oh. Sorry, dude. I was figuring since they had those abilities, kind of like the fire zombie, the burnt dude, he can catch you on fire, I would have figured the Infernos can also catch you on fire. They do not. That was one of the questions I had about the new guys. And just to be 100% charged. Come on, act like you got a stun baton. No. This is a family-friendly Minecraft server! It's not what you think, YouTube! It's not what you think! Close your eyes, it's okay. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Banned! Take it. He didn't even buy me dinner first. It's just rude. Anyway, so that happened. See if they can walk through an electrical fence. Okay. Let's go over here where we've got a little bit of room we can work on. There's a good spot. A decent sized parking lot, so we've got a little less other stuff going on. Now that's other stuff that they're going to try and climb on top of. Maybe we can do it here. Okay. No, I need the creative menu. Let's see. We need electrical stuffs. We're gonna need this. We are going to need... Where is it in here? These? Probably just get a generator. And... gas.
Hey, buddy.
An engine.
Why don't you get hydrated?
Thank you, Richie. One thing I'm curious about is whether or not the range zombies, when you're in a horde base, will they just stand in range throwing rocks at your base, but I'll admit, I'm not sure if you could test that. Actually, that can be tested, and they most likely will, especially if they go off of the same, if they go off of the same AI, which they most likely do, they tend to reuse AI for a lot of things. It will go off the same AI as the cop. Whenever the cop has line of sight on you, it'll spit, and it can have line of sight through smaller than half blocks, so it's basically like the block isn't there. So if you have bars or something in the front of your base, and they've got line of sight on you, they can throw something from wherever it is that they're at. Say if it's Horde Night, and I've just got bars in front of me, and they spawn way over there, they could throw things from way over there and hit it towards your base. Not saying they're always going to have great accuracy, but they will try it. That did not happen. Hey, come in. Why? Hold on. Can't believe I've done this. I can't believe it. We don't need that much space. Also, if you guys are looking for these tools, if you want to do testing inside your own world, you can open up the creative menu, and all it is you hit F1, you type in DM, that will open up your debug menu. You don't have to open up your debug menu in order to access the creative menu, but just in case you want that to see stats on zombies, you'll need the debug menu too. And then type in CM, which opens the creative menu, exit back out, and you can either tab and it's right here, or you can hit U and it'll automatically open it up. Type in dev and turn this one on, which is dev blocks on, and then you've got your super digger and your instant death pistol. These are very, very good for testing stuff on zombies. I say that as someone who likes to experiment on her zombies frequently to make sure that they're acting right. We need a generator. Jeez. I need the English language. What are you doing? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's try not doing that again. Yeah. Okay, put that in there, put that in there, that in there. No. What am I doing? It's not very often I actually put traps inside my stuff. I don't think I'm going to need any conduits. Ma'am, are you gonna come over here? Start some stuff? You don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. Turn on. And... come on, lady. Let's just test it on you to make sure it's working. Wouldn't be a Liz Lab. Yes, exactly. We definitely have to Liz Labs. Ma'am, go up the stairs. Freaking Aussie wife boo, walk around. What are you doing? She's walking over here. Are you up there? Okay, let me make sure. She's got a memory like I do. Did I not put all of your blocks? Okay, I put all your blocks. Okay. That's how we know it's working. Now let's try a charged one. And get ready to shoot him. You gonna come around about 5 times to check and make sure I'm still up here? That's a shocker. So they are not immune to shock. Now we know who experimented on the poor Z's and made weird ones. I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean. Okay, let's get a couple of those and a couple of those. Let's just see what happens. Oh, did I hit... I did not mean to hit rads? Okay, I guess so. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. You guys have got to take your turns. I think they like it, guys. They're gonna wait until it's broken. Oh, there we go. Oh man, it was a 2 for 1. I actually did not mean to. Ew. They were playing with it. They were enjoying that. I do apologize, though. It's not family friendly at all. I have already got that. What does it take to fix these things? It's electrical parts and iron, right? Well, let's see how much damage they did. That's not bad. Not bad. Okay. That's still confusing, though. I didn't mean to do the radiated. I meant to do the infernal. Need flame turrets? Maybe. You were playing in it! Why? Stop. Okay, I don't think that they're immune to it. I don't think they're affected by it as long as the others are, though. To me, it was like 5 seconds. These guys were already out of it, and the others lasted for like 10 seconds. Is anybody else getting that kind of count? Let me do it again. Let's do a couple of each one. This is ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? I didn't mean to kill that guy. Can you still come up here? I need to get a count on you. When other people aren't stuck in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're about. I just think that the charged ones don't stay shocked as long. Oh my god, that is a foot. So yeah, it did end quicker. I don't think they have full immunity. It would be interesting to see if they take less damage. So maybe they get shocked, but they're not actually taking damage, which could be a thing. In order to turn on their view, we would need to have that on. I didn't mean to turn off my HUD. Turn that back on. So this time do just the charged. Alright, he's still taking damage. It's not very much, but he is taking damage. It's like, what, 3 points, 4 points of damage? And compare that to... Let's just do a feral. They're lost. I'm right here, guys. I'm right here. 54, 5, 4, 4. They're here. And Bungie, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I think they also take less damage. So they stay in there less time and they take less damage, but they're not completely immune to it. Do they shock if you hit it? Yes, I will definitely get shocked. Say. And does a pretty decent amount of damage, too. We don't have any sort of fire traps or anything else like that. The other guys... Now, mind you, this is just wood. It's not going to last. Right here. There, and do that. Just want to see, because now our zombies have the ability to walk through a 1-block gap. They were able to glitch themselves through a 1-block gap before, so let's just do a feral. Let's check him out first. If you were to have, say, a bar here or something else like that. We probably don't need that on right this second. Hey! So, have you forgotten you have the ability to do something about this? Maybe it's just the lower one has to be like that. Okay, hang on. I can swap. Okay. Should be interesting if that's actually a mechanic there. He's probably just going to hit on that one. This is just wood. They're probably just going to hit their way through instead of trying to crawl, but it seems odd that they would choose to hit at all instead of just crawling. There he goes. And there is no slowdown. He went just as fast through there as he would if he was walking. Though about our speed, probably, yeah? Technically, the campfire is a fire trap, yeah, but it's got like a 2% chance of actually catching a zombie on fire, sadly. I don't know that that's actually the statistic for it. It's just a low chance that it will do it. Maybe if I upgrade...
Trader Rick is closing shortly, so finish your damn business or come back tomorrow, if you're still alive.
He's still being sassy over there, guys. I hear him. We've been 5 minutes into this alpha, or this version, and he's still being sassy. Let me get some of this dumb stuff out of my pockets. There we go. Okay, now if I do it like this, will he try to climb through? Let me see if I can lean a little bit higher to see through there. Come on, dude! Or is the one block gap only on the walking surface? Ooh, what is that? Ugh. Dude's got psychedelic powders! Did that fix it? Nope. Why? Okay. Ugh. Why? What is doing that? It's like he's got motion blur on his limbs. Ew. I do know some people that stopped playing the first time they met Rect. Yeah, it never should have been the first trader that they ran into. What is that? Is there a way to fix that? Check Discord. Blurriness from the DLSS. Guess they didn't implement it quite right. One of the buttons I pushed to toggle things did it? Oh. Try turning it off to see if it changes anything. FPS is still sitting at 60, of course. I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Oh, it's still doing it. Nope. Okay. What was it on before? It was on this before, right? Just as a baseline? That's what it is. Ugh. Okay, so the new version that they just implemented has a few bugs. And he's also not trying to jump up and climb through, which is odd. If he has the ability to climb through, he should not have sat there through all of that breaking. They did a better job with FSR, which is similar to what the consoles use. Okay. Alright, now if I try... What if we try... And let's get a little bit sneaky about it. Let's just say this is a half cube. We do that. We go on face and we do it like that. And upgrade. And... helmet. There we go. And... do a feral. Now this is still technically a 1 block gap. It's just a half there and a half there. So he should be able to get through this. So only the one... Can you stop cheating? You're like, ha! So the 1 block gap only works if it's at their feet. Okay. Fun pimps, check. It's been 2 hours, 3 hours? 5 hours. We've already been at this for a few hours, huh? Clipping lit. Okay, they can't climb through that. Or at least he's not trying to. Actually, what we should probably do is get a bunch of zombies and see how long it is before they push each other through, because you know they can do that. As far as climbing through, they're not doing it. It's interesting that they didn't consider the combo block. Stop cheating. I'm gonna have to go up there and fix it so they can't stand on top of each other. He's peeking. Cheats and hacks. I saw you. Denied. You too. Stop! Cheats and hacks. Okay, they're not even pushing themselves through. I don't want to kill that. Hold on. We need a doggo. Maybe that would actually help them fit through. Because typically, this would not work. Where are you going? Hi! Excuse you. You have work to do, sir. There he is. Typically, them pushing each other and glitching them through is how they've previously been able to get through these things. They're not even pushing each other through. Oh no, don't you go breaking it. That's cheating. There. Add small ramps to see if that helps. Okay. I'm typically not in the mood to help zombies do a thing, but we might be able to give them a little bit of a shove. Now, mind you, there's another reason why the space is still broken for this one, but we're gonna test the 1 block gap issue first. Zombie dog, and go barrel. Why do you keep going over there? Why? Why? Stop. Walk around. Why are you checking? There you go. Were the dogs not given 1 block access? That's just rude. Dude, don't play in that hole! What is wrong with you? This is a family-friendly Minecraft server. See? perf. Okay, that definitely fixed it. If you want them to go through a block like this, you just need to... hang on. There we go. You just have to give him a leg up. Okay. So, now if we do not give them the leg up, there is another problem with basic, our basic stuff now. Let's do bow, but do the infernals. These guys can barrel through buildings now. There's another foot. Let's see how long it takes for them to actually break through. I spawned. No, that's just. Okay, hang on. You're gonna make me fix that, aren't you? Hold on. Dadgummit. You guys are being ridiculous. There. Well, you shouldn't be able to do that again. No cheating. Come on through. Okay. Maybe I give a few more? Not on my side of the stuff and things, on that side of the stuff and things. Infernals. Come on over here and help him. He seems to be lost. He's got flumphyitis. Why do they do that? It's disturbing. So it might be a defense against infernals? I think they're still going to be able to barrel through here. That's what I'm checking. Because they're still hitting it. One by itself, that's not such a big deal, but several of them, they're going to hit through it. Now, I don't know why they're poking a hole right there. That doesn't seem to make sense. And actually, wait. Stay right there for a second. You guys are standing on top of each other. Alright. Get down from there. And normally I would do a... It's basically a pusher away from the building. Like this. Not like that. Not like that. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Like that. So it pushes them further away from the building instead of on top of each other. They can't stack on top of each other, so you're less likely to have to spend resources upgrading the wrong blocks. I actually need them to act like I would if I was in a horde base. Oh! Dude figured it out! He just suddenly squeezed through there. I didn't get a chance to even look at it. I was looking over there. Do it again. There he goes. He got his feet on it. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Dingus? That doesn't even belong to this... Okay, whatever. Okay. That almost seems like it actually helped them. Putting that on there kept them from jumping on top of each other. Maybe do... this? To just push them away? Let's try that. This wasn't supposed to be a Horde night test, but I mean, we're here, we're doing it anyway, and why not? Okay. Go ahead and come this away. He's just sitting there smacking it. Why? Why would you do this? They are still hitting it. And after they break that block, I know they can fit through it. But they aren't taking anywhere near as long because they don't know which block and they're not coordinated. It could be a defense before, you know, someone like Shawoodle or somebody finds... You a-hole, I was talking. That was the smart one out of the batch. They didn't need to get through the hole if they just took out the building I was standing on top of, but that's interesting. They don't operate... They've got a 1 block square, but if it's not at foot level and they can't figure out how to get their feet on it, they can't path it. Then that really doesn't break old bases to begin with. I mean, yeah, they can really get through these blocks, but if you stack them on top of each other, it actually doesn't stop them because their feet aren't on it. Yeah, but you're not just going to let them sit there and break your building. You're going to be repairing and defending and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. So... I mean, I'm sure if the Infernals get together, it's not just the Infernals, though. If I'm not mistaken, we're also going to have to deal with Plague Spitters and, the wolf. The werewolf during Horde Nights as well. I don't know if it's just in that biome or if it's going to be in any biome. I wonder how much damage it does to a block. I really don't want it to spawn on top of my face, so... Zombie Frostclaw. There's a charged Frostclaw. Okay. He slid off. How much damage did that do? Did I repair it? Hang on. Repair first. Now, throw something again. I want to see how much damage this does. All I see is loincloth, dude. I think they're standing too close to me now. Let's see some bunker-style POIs. A bunker-style for 7 days is usually a very hard-to-do one anyway, for the Horde Night anyway. Is he hitting that? Come on, let me fix everything, make sure I got it all. Not that they can't be done, just I'm testing theories. Okay. If you were to have another line over there, or the thing up, or any number of other ways for the zombies to maneuver over there, they would get inside of that. Okay, hang on. Just a second. If I were to give you more room, would you be able to get through there? Stop it! I saw what you were doing. You were fixing to cheat. I saw you. What if you were to do... this? He'd have to be able to do this one, right? Have to. It's on top of the other one's head. There you go. I was just gonna say, there's no way that's not working. Okay, so that answers that question. I was like, is this just like a glitch that happens because it has nothing to do with like the floor panel or what? So a half there, it stops them from hitting on it as much, and that should get everybody through their first Horde Night. We're gonna have to work on some other stuff. I don't care much for questioning over and over again. I prefer to clear every POI at least once and beat the zombie with my donut-based styles. Nice. Speed? Is that their speed? We tested their speed earlier, and it kind of seemed like the regular feral was faster than both of them. A sledge turret watching over them? Oh, heck yeah. If you were to put the half block here and here... I'm not sure if they would continue to do it with the... Oh, it's Rec talking. Oh my god. Though it does make me wonder if you were to use this block, if they would still treat it as if there was a gap they could potentially get through. I don't think that they would. I think they would continue to hit it. If you were to do that and that. And then... I don't want to give them the way over. Something like that. And then... something like this. Probably even bring it out one more block so it's not blocking them as much. Let's see. Let's actually try that instead of just talking about it. Let's do it. Just because I want to see if they're going to go ahead and hit up here. I need to check how much damage they do. Ow, that was to my face! I want you to do the block damage. Oh, wow, that's a decent amount of damage. Hold on. It's really not going to take them very long of throwing stuff, and this is like every section of your base. What are you doing? Jeez, you just annihilated the pig! Wow. Yeah, they do not care who they hit. They will annihilate zombies. Okay, follow me for a second. I want to check something. Follow me. Follow me, follow me. I'm not picking on zombies. I'm totally picking on zombies. Wait for it. Come on. Ow. There you go. Ow! I didn't get a chance. Don't despawn them, please. Well, at least that's my... something PG. The frost trolls will be very important as a testing note. Yes, definitely. Alright, where the heck am I at now? Ow, man! Probably be helpful if I put down a bedroll or something. I don't even know where I was at while I was testing all of this stuff. Oh, over here. That's fine. Are my frost claws still out? Since I don't like them, I'm gonna pick on them incessantly. Hang on. Okay, what I need is... I don't know. Let's do 25 zombie bows. Hi. Now, I'm gonna freeze you guys right there. Because now I want to put some frost claws. Let's do what? Ferals? That's way too many. Oh my gosh! That's not what I wanted to do. Crashes game. My bad. Oh man. Oops. I meant to do one thing of bows and do regular bows right there. Okay, and then do claws. We can do radiated claws right there. And then turn on their AI. Are you gonna throw? Do they not see me through all of the zombies? What are you doing back here, dude? There we go, get to throwing. Ow, 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 ow. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Why? You guys are not causing as much mayhem as I thought you would. I'm bored. Do the things. What did you just... You didn't throw anything, dude. You didn't throw anything. Is it because you're radiated? You think you're too good to throw a rock at me? There you go. You're supposed to be throwing it into the zombies, though. I'm trying to do bowling with zombies. Did I just double jump off that zombie's forenoggin? I think I did. I didn't know that that was possible. There you go, there you go. Ow, man, I missed. Hang on. Jeez. You are not helping. I will end your existence if you don't start picking things up and throwing it. There you go, there you go. Get him! Nice! Do it again. Maybe I should have gotten the regular ones. They're too busy trying to be really, really fast instead of doing what I want them to do. They are actually beating the crap out of each other. Got that one. Do it again. You guys are too easily distracted. Stop it. I will end you. This is too big of a group. I cannot get them to aggro properly. They keep losing track. Okay, you're not keeping up. Let's do one. Make it a smaller group. Come on. You're killing me, Smalls. Work with me here. Stay with the group. There you go. Stay with the group. There you go. Throw it, throw it, throw it. No! We missed. Hang on, try it again. Come on. Where'd it go? Did he even throw it or did it hit something else? I think when he actually loses sight of me behind another zombie, he stops throwing. Yeah, that's the second time he's done that. I've been standing really close to him, he stopped throwing. Interesting. Zombie shield. Either that or he's hitting the back of the head of the person right in front of him. Nice, 3 for 1. So I wonder if his stuff okay, slow down, dude. I wonder if his stuff does more damage to us than it does a zombie. You know, like a zombie fall, it doesn't damage them as much as it does us. So there's one way to test. And that's first off. You guys need to pause for just a second. I need to get the outliers out of this group. Because I only need a few of you at a time. You were not even a part of this group. Okay, we're going to put us a regular one here so he can stay with the group. And then we're going to turn it on where I can see them. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do it that way. That's just too much. Turn on God mode. Maybe I can see it. Do it again. I did like almost 100 points of well, 50 points of damage to him. Don't explode that vehicle, you're gonna skew my results. I'm pretty sure that bow just slapped that dude on the booty. Yeah. Throw it! Ow, it was so close! So close. Here, try it again. Try it again. Which one are we looking at? Oh, what you didn't get it. Hold on, you did get it. That was only like 30 points, though. 40 points. This seems like a very ineffective way to kill your zombies. And yeah, he does lose track of me through a zombie. It has splash damage. It does have damage, that's for sure. He keeps putting it back down. Let me put me a little bit above him. Come on, dude. Did he hit the person in front of him? Come on. There we go. There's got to be a more effective way of doing this so I can actually see some digits here. Dude. DOT is not going to be happy. Dingus. Nope, not me though. I need you to hit them. Go. Hey! I mean, like, what, 3 or 4 hits would probably kill a zombie, so, I mean, I guess? They're not really that hard to dodge, it's just if you get more than one, it's going to become a problem, and it's not really reliable, because if you're on the ground, I'm having to float above them in order to get this to work. If you're on the ground at their level, as soon as they lose line of sight with you, because the zombie steps in the way, they set it back down, so... I can run a kill all to get rid of all the other zombies. That'll help. Keep the FPS where it makes sense. Okay, so that was something. Now, what about the plague spitter? Is there something that we need to try for that one? Because that one spits out bugs that are aggro to you. The other guy is just launching something that can go anywhere. And we already tested it on a building. It does a lot of block damage. It does a little bit of zombie damage, and it does about the same amount to us as it does the zombie. Can I use it to kill Wrecked? Sadly, I don't think I can. Spawn in her? Okay. Boss grease. Blech. Okay. And then to make this even more menacing... That is creepy. That is creepy. Hi, ma'am. Look at those teeth. Ew. All the pustules. Gross. There's Grace. And I'm telling you, between her and... That's creepy. When you just see one of these walking down the road, red eyes. And justice for Grace, I have not seen her just spawn naturally out in the world. As far as I know, she's just still in POIs. They need to actually let her loose if they're going to let the Frostclaw and the Pharaoh whatever dude loose. And these guys loose, they need to let her loose too. Because none of the bosses should just be isolated to a particular POI if that's going to be the case. It doesn't really make sense. There is something making squishing noises. Is it you? Is that you? Oh, she's snorting. She runs a bit slow, though. Oh, I've got a horde. Stop. 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 Where are you going? Stop. Okay. Okay, now just to see whether or not that holds true. Claw. They need to give him red eyes. I mean, if we're gonna go all fanciful or whatever, it's either that or his eyes need to glow. Did he just despawn? Maybe he just despawned. Maybe there's... because the horde came in or something? It doesn't make sense.
Hey, buddy.
Will you melt if the temperature goes a certain
Why
amount?
don't you get hydrated?
I thought he had a effect of blue? No. Nope, nope, nope. Now I see why people have been calling him a Yeti. Yeah. Thank you, Richie. Yeah, I don't know why he died just a second ago. He's got cheek. He's got elf ears, guys. Elf ears. Elf ears. This creature does not belong in this game. You can't convince me otherwise. This creature does not belong in this game. I'm trying really hard to see how in the world a zombie apocalypse might actually have made him, and I don't see it. At all. Unless you're actually assuming that a Yeti exists. A boar exists. A wolf exists. Hell, dire wolves existed. And the concept that a virus could, what do they call it? It's like a reversion to a previous form. What is that? A regression or something like that? That it could bring out regression in a wolf species? Completely can see that happening. I cannot see this. He's a frost crawl? No. Should have added Bigfoot. Yeah, Bigfoot is like a... He makes noises too. Bigfoot is like an ape or something like that. And if they had monkeys or apes in the game in some form or another, for them to have an ape version that somehow mutated would make more sense. But they don't. Dire wolf fits because wolves exist. The Grace exists because boars exist. Where is our boss deer or boss rabbit or boss chicken? I could see those more than I could see these. I'm just... The effect that he does is cool, but it would have been better if it was Paul that did it. It's just, it doesn't look right at all. I like Grace. I really like Grace. I really like this guy. I really do. You can see him as being a dog that was fully experimented on and possibly merged with wolves after so many years. I can definitely see these creatures. I can't see the frost guy. I just can't. The plague spitter tangentially resurrected something out of a museum. Maybe. Maybe. The other guy? Nope. Huge angry boss chicken. Could you imagine though? If that thing came running down the road, people would laugh about it and then they would laugh as they were dying. It would be great. And it would be immersive. I can imagine a chicken getting huge. There are some pretty doggone big birds. Ostriches and stuff that exist now. So imagining that one of the birds, whatever species, morphed into a large creature makes sense. Or even a rabbit. Have you seen Watership Down? That movie gave me nightmares. Why would you show that to a kid? It gave me nightmares. We owned rabbits when my parents had me watch Watership Down. If there's a big carnivore rabbit, that would be terrifying. Or a deer, whenever you look at it, it shifts and it's not quite a deer, and then blood starts dripping from its mouth. Those are creepy kind of thoughts. Those are creepy, scary things. A frost giant in the middle of a zombie apocalypse is not. Fun Pimps, I'm telling you, come to me for character designs. Don't actually come to me. I've got good ideas, but I would have no idea how to implement them. I'm not a game designer. Just have good ideas. Okay, so what? Geese are big? Yes, and they're mean, and they hiss. You're okay with a giant swine with bright electric orange mohawk? I'm sorry, I'm not impressed with any of the new enemies. I didn't say that all the graphics on Grace were great. All of the hair physics in this game need work. I'm not judging it off of something that is an obstacle of the engine and of the tech that this game actually has. I don't care that Grace's hair is not perfect. The bear's hair is not perfect if you look at it. The deer, the rabbits, stuff like that. Just the fact that they look as good as they do rather than the way they used to look, I'm okay with that. A zombie boar does make sense thematically to this game. There are boar. Could one have mutated by what it ate, whether or not it was experimented on, whether or not it was left to die and rot, and vultures that had been mutated with the virus somehow or another fed on it and it came back to life? Yes. And there are ways in which I can say this creature could exist in this world. It doesn't have to look perfect. It could exist. The dire wolf could exist. I can see how that would exist. I cannot see how the Frostclaw exists. There's no amount of thinking about how this virus would mutate to create that type of creature. It's just, it's a werewolf. It's a werewolf. What's up, Richie? I just thought if the Yeti, that they borrowed it from RE, and the Yeti is the bioweapon that escaped from a lab. Yeah, but even though they had a werewolf in RE, doesn't mean it was good. As a matter of fact, I have advocated for the fact that Resident Evil 8 should not be considered canon. It shouldn't. As far as I'm concerned, Ethan, while being a mold, had a huge hallucination and visited someplace in his head. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's what it is. Resident Evil 8 sucked because somebody who does zombie games decided, I want werewolves and vampires in my game. And they're like, well, we do zombies. We're not sure how to implement werewolves and vampires. And they're like, I don't care. However you have to do it, however you have to state it, whatever strings you have to pull and whatever lies you have to tell, I want werewolves and vampires in my game. And they just did it. It's not because it actually made sense in the Resident Evil universe. As a matter of fact, that's one of the few Resident Evils I will refuse to play because it's not Resident Evil. I mean, it's, as it stands, you're going from a virus to this mutated virus that you find out about later on to the Plagas, which is just like it's a parasite, and then you go into the mold, and the mold kind of makes sense. If someone was to create a bioweapon, they would want to create several different vectors to see which one actually works the best, what mutations happen. I can kind of understand that, but there is no way in which this zombie virus that mutated the way that it did created these other creatures. And I know that they were technically biting flies, and the others were things that just kind of sort of ish looked like, well, they were vampires and wolves. You can't convince me otherwise. And they implemented a werewolf into 7 days. You can't convince me otherwise. That creature does not belong in here. If there happens to be a modder out there, they can figure out how to turn that creature into maybe like a larger version of Paul, which is the the actual lumberjack, if you could create like a bigger version of him and he throws logs and ice or whatever, I will use that for every single one of my playthrough, hands down. Let me know if you did it. I will definitely use it because that is immersion killing. It brings you straight out of the game and turns it into something it's not. Our state forestry service has a Yeti as a endangered species, yes, but most of the drawings of a Yeti portray him more as a gorilla of some sort, or an off-branch of a gorilla, a humanoid gorilla thing. The thing that we're spawning in doesn't look gorilla-esque at all, really. If anything, it looks like a wolf did it with a gorilla, maybe. Several generations down the road of mating with its cousin. I don't know. We've seen various POIs where they've obviously experimented on the zombies and such. They're attempting to create a bioweapon that thrives in cold climates, and they could have introduced different strains and came up with the Frostclaw. The lab got compromised, they escaped, maybe Bigfoots existed, and they caught one and spliced the DNA, they got the strain. Big text. But now you're also asking people to believe that the Yeti actually exists in this universe. Now, if they want to bring in other cryptids along with the Bigfoot, first off, that's introducing more RPG into the sandbox zombie apocalypse. That's their choice if they want to do that. But they really, if you're going to go cryptid, you need to go all in on cryptid, not tiptoe into it, because it doesn't seem like it fits. And they can come up with one that exists or can operate in the snow biome. The issue is they already have zombies in the snow biome that are in no way affected at all by the cold. If their zombies were slower, impaired, or whatever in the snow biome, I would understand there being a specialty zombie that reacts differently. That maybe that would have actually been an experiment. But even so, that looks like something that they would have not have had to change the genetics, because I don't think they're actually changing genetics. I think they're introducing viruses and stuff into things, which mutates them, yes, but I don't think it creates, like, we're not seeing any baby zombies. We're not seeing any of these baby creatures that are turning into zombie-esque things. The thing that is the Frostclaw looks like it was created, if it could exist, would have had to have been created in a petri dish and then grown out. And I don't see that as actually having been a thing that they would have actually done. There's no indication of that lore-wise in any of these POIs, that they actually created something and then grew it out. As in, yes, they have vats of whites, they have vats with pigs in them, but at no point do we see younger embryonic versions of any of the stuff that we've run into so far. It looks like a Nordic frost troll. It just looks like a werewolf frost troll something. It doesn't look right. Don't give them ideas. We're gonna have a version of chicken jockeys. I don't mind if they make mean chickens. I don't mind if they make mean rabbits. I don't mind if they make mean deer. Those things exist in the world, and they're not planning on giving us any extra animals. They've already said so. So if you want to create animals that have a zombie version, those are the ones you would probably turn into zombie versions, yeah? And they would be hostile. Has anyone looked in the pharmaceutical tower to see if they were added? That's a good question. We need Hagashi and Dishong, right? What is it called? No, it's Tower... Oh, what are they called? Tower something. Not Water Tower. Skyscraper, that's it. Dishong. Which floor would we possibly find something like this on? It's not really Dishong that's got all of this stuff, but if we're going to find any of these kinds of things, you would figure Dishong and Hagashi would be the ones. Plus there's the basement of what's-her-name's house. Why? Why? Something is breaking. I'm not sure exactly how Dishong relates to this whole situation. It's just mostly Hagashi, right? There was a pharmaceutical one on here. No, this is more of the social group. Let's look for... That's a remnant. Let's look for Hagashi. What floor is it? Yeah. Still a white. Just a regular white, a feral. Oh, I'm trying to turn the light on some other way. That's not how it works. I don't think that they've added any of the new ones in. Yeah. Human resources? Maybe they fed them. Guys, maybe they fed it to... what level do you have to be? What kind of levels before you start seeing these guys as infernals and stuff? Because right now, technically, we are... Hang on. A long pause is not what I wanted to do. It's fine, though. Let's see. This puts me up on game stage 67, so at this particular point, I'm not actually seeing infernals. Or the electrical type. You think they would be in the bathroom, maybe? Hiding? Okay. Not here. Not here. We already checked this floor. Yes. This room is usually packed with some bad guys. None of them. I wonder if maybe they would be in the hospital. You know? That observation area in the hospital? Okay, I'm not seeing any of them here. Or maybe they would only show up if I was a higher level. How are the frame rates? They're actually holding up pretty well. I haven't experienced any chunkiness or anything. Since my DSS, whatever it is, the frame rate has gone back down. The problem is there's a bit of blurriness that happens when you turn it on. So, I don't know. We had this one on, and we had it on Ultra. And it's handling things better. Like, I gained 10 frame rate just by doing that. The problem is sometimes the zombies get to looking like they've got motion blur on them for no reason. Maybe only in the winter biome. Yeah, but I don't think that they would have gone in and actually changed the zombies themselves inside of it. Though they did go through a whole bunch of them and change them to where they could climb out of a one-block gap for no reason. What about, let's see, skyscraper, construction site, Dishong, Zillion. Do I seriously not have the other one? What about the, does anybody know what the name of the place that's got the bunker, not bunker, but the lab underneath, what the name of that one is? And there are a whole bunch of new POIs that I haven't even got to talking about yet. It usually ends up being a bit more blurry, but the stream looks good, yeah. Karen Hagashi residence. Karen Hagashi. There we go. If we were ever going to find the Frostclaw, having been created somewhere underneath this house, should be the actual culprit, right? Either here or Hagashi. It would have to happen here or there.
It's time for shenanigans. Come on.
Thank you, thank you. Ooh. What am I even seeing? Aha. Hi, ladies. Where is the lab area? Aha, here we go. Okay, who is here? We have a spider. Nobody in this one. Those creepy noises. Thank you. I appreciate it. Normal dude. Normal dude. Okay, that's not useful. Oh, I see what you did there. Just spawned it in. Okay. So they didn't implement them in any of the story-related places. That sucks. Okay, maybe over here? Are you guys working on any embryos that we need to know about in the shape of a vague werewolf? What about you guys? You got a werewolf? You looked at me funny. I don't see anything, guys. I'm not seeing some embryos. I'm not seeing plans. I'm not seeing fairy dust. Nothing. Okay. There we go. The Frostclaw was an animal mutation, an experiment that went wrong, intended to create weather-adapted super soldiers, mutated sensory organs, large pointy ears, indicating heightened hearing. It's a werewolf. It's a werewolf. No. 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 It's a werewolf. No. In order to create a mutated creature, the way that we're talking about, in order to create that creature, it would have to be grown out in a lab. As far as timeline goes, do we think that the company that was working on this bioweapon, which obviously we're talking about a bioweapon, had it in enough time to grow out something from an embryonic state, from just a few cells, into this creature, and let it loose in an area before the apocalypse, during the apocalypse, after the apocalypse, whenever it happened? I don't think so, because that particular creature would somehow or another, first off, die a long time ago. It wouldn't have procreated with just itself. Unless, of course, it does procreate with just itself. How many of these things did you think that they would actually create? It's probably just one. They would be creating one. Unless we're talking about people who are creating a fleet of bioweapons, and there's nothing that actually indicates that they were trying to do that. There is no lore in this world as it stands right this second to support that theory. I'm being stubborn? Nope. I am being realistic. We can sit here and sweet coat this whole thing. It's a werewolf. We can sweet coat it, but if you don't actually make it, if you don't obey your own plot, the game doesn't make sense. I'm not pointing at my boobs. I'm sorry. I know, like I was pointing at my boobs. That's not what I was trying to say. You have to obey your plot. They say the story exists in the world as sets. Where is the set that explains the Frostclaw? Is this one of our new POIs? What plot? There's a plot. A loose plot. Go eat green mushrooms? Obey the boobs, check. Okay, sorry. No, YouTube, it's not what it looks like, I promise. Wow, what the heck happened? I teleported here and suddenly it's like... Wah! Okay. Yes, we can check out the other ones. I have to get the list of the POIs. I actually have not downloaded it yet. I probably should have. Or did I? Did I already think about this and I'm just doing something I've already done? Wouldn't surprise me. Nope, I did not do it. UFO, yeah, the UFO. Yeah, they did introduce UFO stuff, so maybe that's actually where it's from. That's what this world's aliens look for. Why did it just sound like there was a rock star in heaven? Did anybody else hear that? Am I going crazy? there are dire wolves? Yeah, they're dire wolves. Dire wolves actually existed in the world. It doesn't take very much for you to accidentally manipulate a gene and for something to regress. It also would not be hard for something that was created in a lab to go out and find something that's semi-related to it and mate with it to create more of them. So if a dire wolf, one lone dire wolf, escaped the lab, mated with regular wolves, chances are the new generation would also inherit some of the dire wolf traits. Can't say the same thing for the Frothclaw. What is it going to go out and mate with? People? Zombies? It's not going to mate with zombies. Doesn't make sense. Oh, where was that? Good heavens. That's not it either. Why didn't I do this when it was easy to see? Now it's like buried. Strange things happen on spring break. Oh, I can see this happening. Okay, there's a random singular Mrs. Claus out there, and somebody gets drunk in the apocalypse, and before you know it... Is that what we're going with here? Oh no, where was it even at? Oh, not there. Why didn't I download this before? Okay, I'm gonna be scrolling for a minute trying to find it. There are some cold-hearted buggers out there. Yes, why not stick your in ice? And if it went the other way around... I think we're working too hard on this lure. I don't even think the Fun Pimps work that hard on the lure. Oh god, how far back was it? I thought somebody pinned it so I could find it. Ah, there it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, man. I'm getting close though, hang on. It's not it either. No more typing, woke up just sort of out of it. Henry, you can't say that that's the excuse for the salacious thoughts we're having about Mr. or Mrs. Claus, whatever it is. Did anybody even offer it a cookie? Okay, maybe I'm just meant to not find it. Oh, good lord. I think I've already scrolled back several days. Can't be it. It's gotta be here. It's gotta be here, guys. I've got my fingers crossed. There it is. I could have swore I did this already. It's fine. It's fine. I got it. Cookie? Oh, cookie sounds good. go? Alright, we were wanting to look at... Wow, there's a lot of 0 level stuff. Stop trying to sell me things and just show me the image. What is wrong with you? Okay. Okay, I've got it. Good grief. That took way too long. I should have already had that downloaded. My bad, guys. It is... mine number 1_01. I guess they're thinking they're probably going to make more than one. Where do we go, though? Hey, it's actually got which biome it's in, too. Burnt forest, wasteland. I mean, we're already in the wasteland, right? There we go. Beer goggles and extreme weekends. Yes, they were just skiing. That's all that happened, I swear. Unfortunately, it seems they're trying to establish their lore a bit late in the design process. I think the issue is when you think zombie apocalypse, you don't usually see fancy or... not fancy, fantasy, or mythological, or cryptology, or anything else like that mixed in. And I don't think at this particular point adding those in is going to rub people the right way. It takes some of the realism out. You can, however, go back to the lore of the area in which it's supposed to happen and pull on some of the cryptology of the location to make it more immersive for that area, but just randomly pulling out the snowplow when it has, say, the Reaper, these are your radiated mushrooms. There's your mushrooms. Just randomly pulling, you know, random cryptology and zoology and stuff like that out when it doesn't actually fit into the world just takes people away from what everybody assumed was the realism. Kind of like whenever you're playing Project Zomboid. If you were running around the apocalypse fighting zombies left, right, and center, and suddenly a unicorn runs by, you're gonna think somebody's running a mod and I didn't know about it. Or, wow, gee, I'm playing a video game and that's weird. So, yeah, it's kind of the same thought. What's up? How you doing, Richie? Okay, is this... I don't want to give away too much because I would actually like to explore this in-game. But if there's lore to be had here that explains anything, direwolf, hello? That would be nice.
Hey, buddy. You were thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
I didn't do it! I have to go get me something else to drink. I am completely out. Here, I will park us up here. We've actually been going for a long time without a break. It might be a good idea to pause, let everybody go get something to drink. Everybody run to the bathroom, grab you a drink, and we'll come back. I think we have actually been streaming for a very long time today, but I think we got a little bit more time to just check out a few POIs, and then we'll call it. And then we'll start doing the 2.0 playthrough. We'll actually start doing a series tomorrow, since we've already kind of played around with everything. You go grab a drink, you guys grab a drink, run to the bathroom, okay? Alrighty. I am back. Bio food and drink break, exactly. We had to go and get drinks because people were redeeming remember to drinks, and I was out of drink. You see all the level 1 stuff in my menu bar? Yes. We have been doing a ton of experimenting. We've been at it all day. Alright, let me drop a few things. Yeah. While we're waiting on everybody to get back, just put that here, that here. There's definitely some bugginess going on with this. Yep. Maybe the problem is it becomes permanent. What? Oh, it makes armor pieces. You can modify it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is even going on? Biome badge 2. 3. 1. What just happened? Oh. Okay, so it actually just stacks them on top of each other. Badges 1 and 2 are actually a part of this one, but I guess I've got an extra Biome 1. The problem is it disappeared my wasteland stuff. Hold on. Yeah, because I just had that on and now it's not working anymore. Thank you. Badge. And of course that didn't work. Of course it doesn't. I don't know what's going on there, but these badges are a little heeky. Now it's back! Dadgummit. Okay, so all you need is the final one. You don't have to swap out between all of them, but you do have to do them in order, and they are just being a bit weird. They'll pop back and forth between here, but they won't pop out of here. Okay. And apparently you can't remove it after you put it on. Huh. Now you want to see the transmog stuff happen? Okay. Let's go from, let's say, let's take, I don't know, this chess piece, that chess piece, that chess piece. Scrap them all? Spiel, how you doing? Must have been an update? Yes, we have got the 2.0 update at a streamer weekend. There are people out there right now trying really hard to break the game to see if it's working. There have already been bug reports happening, so hopefully before it goes live on Monday, those bug problems will be fixed. I hope. Okay, now, we should be able to do any of those chess pieces I just got rid of. That looks silly. Oh, there it is. Okay. So if I wanted to apply it, Now my character has that outfit on. Even though I'm still in my primitive gear, it looks like I'm wearing the biker stuff. That's basically what the customization is scrap a piece of armor and you could turn your armor to look like that armor. So it doesn't matter what armor you're wearing, you can make it look like another piece of armor. Hopefully. Well, so far it seems to work. My concern is you can do a full set if you have the whole set and you've already scrapped all of it. Then you should be able to do that. Headgear. Obviously they're talking about cosmetic DLC stuff, so I'm assuming that's what's going to go here. Whenever they were doing this, I was just hoping we were going to get stuff that actually looked like clothes instead of ridiculous armor, but it's fine. Sort of. Okay. Let's just take a quick look around here. I don't really want to spoil this. Look who we found. Okay. So he is actually in a POI. Probably the newer POIs that they have made. They've implemented the new zombies. But I have a feeling these guys... My level right now is, according to the game, because of the wasteland, I am 63 or something like that, even though I actually have, like, what, 9 levels maybe? So I'm getting a whole bunch of ferals. Chances are, if I was a higher level, which I've already spawned all the bad guys in, so we can't really check that, you would probably get tons and tons of infernals and stuff like that in here too. Do we have anything in here that makes sense? Oh lord, that's gonna be dangerous. Make the wolf make sense. Maybe what it is it's actually a predecessor, it's a creature that existed back in the Stone Age, and during the time that they were mining in here, they found it. Released it. And it was like a clan that got collapsed on during the Ice Age or something like that, and because they dug too deeply, they didn't find a bell rock, they found werewolves. That was dramatic. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm clipping that. I didn't mean for all that drama. Okay, and this just leads to this other area. So there's not a huge underground area, but there is a Frostclaw over there and a dire wolf over here, which might just be something that's wandering around. But the Frostclaw can show up in this biome. Okay. We already came in here though, right? Yeah. I only saw the one though. So is he supposed to be like a boss? But he's just outside instead of like in the loot room or something like that. Which is where you would figure a boss would be. So in this kind of biome with the brand new zombies, what does the boss room look like? Can I turn off this challenge questing thing? It's kind of getting annoying. Thank you. The game is like, stone! Thanks. Yeah, I'm not even seeing the loot room. Jump scare. Maybe up here? No, that just loops around. Not a loot room. Okay, we searched all of that. Where would a loot room be? If I was a loot room, where would... Aha! Okay, so maybe actually the boss fight is out here, all of these bad guys at once. Maybe they aggro. It's a possibility. I mean, that would also put the Frostclaw possibly into the fight because it's right there. This is a decent-sized POI. It'd probably take you, at least if you weren't trying to break all of the things down and look for all the things, this is probably an all-day job. All day. What do you guys think? Getting drops and pixelation? Wait for it, my FPS is dropping. Hey, hey. That's actually my internet, not the game. It is raining. Give it just a second, it'll fluctuate. Like audio scares, not that I've noticed, but they have managed to shove zombies probably in the tiniest holes they could possibly manage, and they will pop out of areas and startle you. You know, like the vents on the walls and stuff like that? Like the singular vent? Because you're not expecting things to come out of a singular vent. Those might startle you, but as far as like actual scare, there's obviously the occasional whenever you're doing a thing and a bear walks up on you. Seeing a dire wolf's eyes through the dark, that's pretty terrifying. Grace running up on you might scare the bejesus out of you. But typically with those things you kind of have warning, especially if you have both sets of headphones on your ear instead of one like I usually do. You might get like a bit of suspense sound that happens whenever they put a jump scare in a scary game. There's none of that. This looks spooky. There's a house, fence, bear, spooky trees, a lake with an island. It's pretty cool. The sun is coming up though, so spooky is gone. Oh, that's how you would get down here. Why wouldn't you just go this way? A lock gate. I mean, well, no, you can get through that. Anyway, it would be interesting to see this place as a job, because it's very important to see, like, okay, all of the earlier POIs that were made for the game, they specifically had like a path that the developer of the POI wanted you to go through so that you would see the whole story the way it was planned out and the best ability to get the loot. Some of the more recent hires have changed it to where there's not always a path. Sometimes things are just everywhere and you just go around and explore and do whatever you're going to do. So it would be interesting to find out if a place like this is one of those or if it's a guided tour, so to speak, and you would understand it as soon as you like, maybe instead of the marker being over here like you might think it being right here where the fence is. I mean, it is right next to the road, so this is probably where the marker for the thing is. Okay, what is another one? The Quarry 02? Snow, pine forest, we're already in the wasteland, let's go to that one. Turn off VSync and put particles under 5? No. No, you don't want to see me do that. When you turn VSync off on this game, the screen tears like you would not believe. The drops that we are getting right now are internet related, not game related. Changing the settings on the game are not going to change anything. I have no stress on my PC's GPU or my graphics card. I just checked it. This is all internet related. We have a storm that's rolling through. It is fine. Okay, so where do we think the start of this one is? Now I am going to get some droppages here. This is a big POI. How many of you recognize this one? It's Fallout 4. Thicket excavations. With a few modifications, obviously. the roads look impeccable. Definitely. Okay, this is probably the beginning of the POI right here. Zombie bears and dire wolves are stuff of nightmares if you're not ready, especially if it's dark and you're just out goofing off and suddenly there's another one. Like no audio scares? Yeah, there's no audio scares. Now, there have been times, plenty of times in the past that it's like if you're doing a thing, you may not actually hear the zombie walking up behind you, and of course it's going to startle you. Or you might be walking through a building and you hear the telltale sound of a white slappy footprints. The zombies are actually supposed to have characteristic zombie sounds for them now. I don't actually know because I haven't heard it. But I haven't heard it without them, you know, yelling at me. Where's the bird? Hold on, dude. I need to get the bird to stop making noise so I can hear you better. I can kind of hear a difference. You can tell he's barefooted. You can tell that zombie's wearing shoes. That's different. Okay, now that we're done listening to feet, before anybody in chat thinks I'm obsessed with feet or something like that. You heard my steps? That was not my steps. I wasn't moving. Or rather, I can tell my steps apart different from his. Here, let me see if I can find another zombie with shoes. Hang on, he might actually have a different type of step because he's wearing rubber boots. Come on over here to this. I mean, you can tell he's wearing shoes, but mostly what gives him away is you can hear his respirator, which is very creepy. And he sounds muffled. Where's another kind of zombie? Let's make another zombie walk. I just want to see, because they did say that they made it where listening for footsteps and the type of footsteps that you're hearing is very important. So... hang on, we'll go back to that in just a second. What about you? Do you sound different? Dadgummit. Actually, I got a way to handle this. Wowie, they have almost scooted all this stuff all the way off the screen. Here, let's turn on invisible. Skymark, how you doing? How's your stuff? How's your things?
They're here.
I kind of wish this thing had a little bit more audio control so you could turn up the sound of the footsteps and lower the sound of the zombie itself, because you're never going to hear something different like that. Oh, it's starting to do the weirdness. You're never going to hear that over the sound of the zombie. There's occasionally when zombies somehow or another know you're not watching them and you haven't registered that they're there, and they will sneak up behind you and slap you across the back of the head for not paying attention. And in those cases, listening back the footage, because that happens to be 9 times out of 10. Whenever a zombie sneaks up on me, I'll listen back and I can hear it. But I couldn't hear it while I was playing. Because I'll just be too focused on something else that I didn't hear it. Okay, is my FPS going okay now? Well, not my bit rate back. I'm back in the 5K range again, so everything should be alright. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have your family? Nice. That is what matters, really. Been watching the YouTubes for a while? Thank you. Thank you. And Capo recommended you? Capo's awesome. We raid Capo frequently. I am getting a serious brain droppage here. Hold on. Let me go up here? That is bad. If you leave this on, you could almost have predator zombies. And that blurriness that's going in. Sad times, sad times. It does make it better on the FPS. You just can't leave it on there because it's messed up. Oh jeez, wrong one. Those guys lose track of me? I guess so. Also, there's another thing that they changed with the zombies. In a lot of cases, the zombies won't actually be sleeping whenever you show up. They'll just be wandering around the POI. Willy-nilly just goofing off. Which actually is a bit more immersive than all of the zombies pretending they're sleeping. They need to put sound sliders in for the FX, or they just need to level it better. Because I get it, whenever you're being attacked, the zombie sounds screaming at you are probably going to be very loud, but there's something missing as far as like, I don't know, the spooky factor that you would probably get from being able to hear the footsteps coming up behind you and being able to augment. Little sounds like that are creepy. That sound that she just made, that is spooky. I mean, maybe she sounds a little bit... I don't think the footsteps are gonna be... It's actually kind of hard to hear them, so they may occasionally be different and you may occasionally notice a difference, but... as of right now, I really can't hear a whole lot. Maybe it's the volume of the footsteps needs to go up? Because I can tell you, whenever I hear a white slapping his feet on the ground, I can hear the difference. Don't walk off. I was... okay. Alright. So. This is the quarry. And I fully expect this POI to probably give us some FPS issues. That was all y'all's fault. God. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, man. I didn't see the mines. I just stopped to listen to them as they were running because they were running at me like they knew I was here, but my character is invisible right now. So they came out of their hiding spot and ran to a point that was assigned to them and, of course, exploded. Oh. The only thing I've noticed is vocalizations are different. Yeah, I do like the different types of vocalizations. I don't like the fact that so many of the lady zombies sound exactly the same, so when you hear the giggle, you could turn around expecting one type of zombie and it's another one. It would be cool if there were a few more of them. But I do like the fact that, like, the one in the rubber suit actually sounds muffled and everything. That was amazing the first time I heard it. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome. I hope they continue to add more of that in there. Did I just hear rocks falling? These zombies are just exploding all of the things before I even get there. Okay. I don't actually hear it. Yeah, these guys are just popping out of random places. Okay. Were those wandering or did I wake them up? He's being sneaky, guys. Very sneaky. Oh, my bad. Just clean that up. Nobody will ever know. It is kind of cool that there are so many zombies just walking around as part of this POI. I mean, they're like going up and down ladders. I don't know if this is actually how it's supposed to be or if I'm triggering them and they're just not doing anything because I'm invisible. It's entirely possible. It's either that or she's waiting for some ones. How do you get into any of these? I'm walking here. Oh, maybe this way. This way. Yeah? You're invisible, but the trigger is still working. Yeah, I think so. It is pretty cool, though. They're up and walking around and stuff. Sadly, I can't use my flashlight if I'm going to remain invisible. Don't do that. Ground 2? Okay. Somebody obviously came out of that. If I was Major Loot, where would I be? This just seems like a good starting point, not where Loot would be. Yeah, I thought so. Locked. So this area is blocked off. There's some bad in here, guys. Nope, not in here. Oh. Hi, Paul. How do you like being replaced? Okay. Well, I woke him up. I just want to know if some of these newer POIs, if there's like big boss fights, or if it's just like wide open, go wherever you want to, you'll eventually find the loot type of situations. I'd figure it'd be down here though. Yeah? Even though you do go right back up. Maybe... I don't know. I've got no clue on this one, guys. Is it hiding in here? No. Okay, what about over here? Fire? That doesn't seem good. closet. Boss battle. I like it. Can you imagine actually being the level to be here and this being all infernals and stuff? Deep in the mines of Moria? Yeah, probably. Okay. I don't actually have to see the loot room. It does tell me something about what we will probably find in the loot room. If there's alarms and triggers and explosions, this is definitely like a boss arena. It's kind of cool, actually. So, I think that's probably the only ones. There's a huge listing of remnants. I don't think anybody wants to look at all the remnants. Yeah, I mean like a gargantuan amount of remnants. There is a base survivor that's a tier 3, a farm that's a tier 3, another farm that's a tier 3. 2 houses, a cave, 2 caves, some tier 1 caves, so yeah. Lots of remnants though, probably to fill in those downtown tiles so they're not as dense as they used to be. Whatever number was the other tier 5, I already showed you the 2 tier 5s. There was only 2 of them. The other one was the one's the mine and one's the quarry. And one we zoomed around and saw the inn loot. Now the exact way you'll have to get to that inn loot, I have no idea. And the quarry, we didn't actually find the inn loot, but just the concept that you're going to have to go through that room to possibly find the inn loot means it's probably a boss battle you're going to have to prepare for. Well, not really a boss battle, just a lot of zombies standing between you and the loot in that room. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing. How's my FPS going to hold up with my FSS something or another going? I cannot use the DSL something because the zombies start looking weird. Did I go to Atomic Burger? No, I did not. I wonder what the name of that one is. Or is that the name of it?
Hey, buddy. You look thirsty. Why don't you get hydrated?
Thank you. Geralt killed them all? Really? Sad times. I would like to not all of the zombies be dead. Can we call it Atomic Burger and find it? Yes, we can. Oh, it's considered a rubble. Rubble. There we go. It's out in the middle of nowhere. How does that make sense that there's a restaurant here? Come on, random gen, this doesn't make sense. There would not be a restaurant out here. Is that an olive in the top of the burger? Do people do that? Bunker 00? It's not on the list. Is that an old one? Oh. Area 7? Oh, why is that not on the list? Give it a second. Good grief. Can the whole thing spawn in? because this is a remnant. And it's not on the list as a new one for some reason. I haven't seen this one before. This one's not done. It still has indicators. This one is not finished. Should be interesting whenever they do get it done. You're not sold on the loot cap biome badge thingy. Everything else seems okay. I think for the first time playing through it, it's going to be fine, because it'll be something new and interesting to do and challenging and stuff like that. I think after the third time people have to slowly unlock the ability to go to whatever biome they want to, it's going to get annoying. And there'll probably eventually be mods to fix it to where you could just go to whichever biome you want to, whenever you want to. What is this one over here? Do I know this one? Gold Rush? Was this one already in the game? I don't remember this one. Just understand, I have played lots of versions of this, and I still have not seen every single POI that exists. There are certain ones, like especially the tier 5s or the upper tiers. It used to be that there was only like 3, and you would get sent to them over and over and over again. But ever since they started adding to it, I don't necessarily have knowledge of all of them. We're gonna go check out a drop and see if the loot table has changed at all, from what we can tell. That's concerning. Run! Before it gets gobbled. Play more? Yeah. Yeah. We are definitely going to be starting up a playthrough tomorrow. Oh, a wooden club, you say? Okay, 2 of each of the books. Okay. I mean, that was a decent amount of books for it, but I'm kind of in the camp of I don't necessarily like the, this coming from someone who has spent her entire high school years faced into a book. I spent a long time reading a whole lot of books. I don't think in the apocalypse I would spend as much time just looking for books, and it feels slightly unimmersive. I think a combo between skill and learning would be a better fit, but that's just my opinion. And who knows, maybe eventually. What is this? I see a thing. That's the reason why I prefer to clear each POI. Then the mod that I was playing is definitely for you, because it expects you to do all of them. Oh, it's this. Okay, we've seen that. Okay. Well, I think we have covered, I mean, like a metric ton of information about this particular version. We found quite a few bugs. I think bug reports are already going on. We've already seen several, you know, silly things. You guys know if you use the DSL stuff, it might help you with the FPS, but zombies might seem like they're like you're on mushrooms or something like that, or they've got motion blur on their clothes, which I don't know why that would be the case, but it is a thing that exists. So we've done a lot of testing with all of those. Does anybody else have any like last minute questions on things we can look at? And we'll start up a game tomorrow. You're up to day like 60 in the Purge and I'm in the snow. I have been enjoying Purge. I like the concept of being able to clear a zone before moving on to another zone. It feels immersive. So what's with more blurry Zamberts? Well, it's just like they learn... It's like, what would you call it? Like the Predator goes invisible, but like the stage where he's going invisible is what it looks like. Like, I don't know. Ambient vomit is kind of what it looks like. All of the stuff around it merges together and the zombie goes wah, 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 wah. It's not okay. I mean, it is true that we had some irradiated mushrooms earlier, but I don't think that's the reason for it. This guy is just out and about all the time, the direwolf. Why is it that we have to kill mutated instead of the direwolf for this one? It seems like a misbalance. We're supposed to cure the snowclaw, the plague spitter. Why is the mutated, who has got a lot less health than the other two, instead of the direwolf that's in the same, you know, pattern? Why is he not the big bad guy here? Other than it would be a pain in the ass to kill him. I would assume, though, that you would actually have the ability to kill him before you made it here. So, hang on. I wonder if your mushrooms are affected. Nope, your mushrooms are not affected. Okay. I wish the purge was an optional challenge that the Fun Pips would put in. Give it a couple of years, it probably will be. When I get in, I'll try to force a newer version of DLSS and see if that fixes it. Who knows, there might actually be a an update for it before then. Like I said, there's a lot of people who get upset about content creators getting the first release of the game right beforehand. But really, in essence, the content creators are a large group of people who are showing off stuff and showing their work, basically. And we get a chance to run through it and find all the bugs, and you guys get a better updated version. Whereas the Fun Pimps test it, then we test it, and then you guys get one after we test and find the bugs. So hopefully the version that y'all get on Monday has got some of these bugs already fixed. Matrix zombie? Yes. Not the direwolf, don't kill me. The Purge will be a DLC game mode in the future. It would be interesting if they had scenarios in 7 days. In RimWorld, you can have scenarios, a different amount of people you start with, a different type of this, that, or the other, loadout that you have. Similar to the Purge has got its normal scenario. Rebirth has got Rebirth, and then it's got Purge, and apparently the mod author is testing or has already done a new version. Somebody told me what the name of it was. It was something Moon or Moon something or something like that. That is similar to those along the same line. But it would be interesting if 7 days, because they want replayability. If you want to sell DLC, you have to give them reasons to replay different scenarios, allow for different modes of play, and extend gameplay. It's just a thought. They probably should implement a scenario system. In which case, a scenario could be something as easy as a certain set of settings that are grouped together and on Steam, and they would be kind of similar to being downloaded like a mod, sort of. Now, I'm okay if 7 days doesn't evolve for a year. I would like 7 days to be capped off and new scenarios for 7 days created. I would much rather see that. That way, because I'm not sure exactly how to phrase it, but I'm not trying to be rude when I say it. The more people you bring in on the project, the more the project changes from what its original form was supposed to be to the way this new form is. If you have this base group of guys that says, we want a zombie apocalypse where you can break all of the things, and then you bring in people from Doom or Bethesda or something else, they're going to bring their work ethic, their experience, their ideas, their genre, and they're going to mix it in with the zombie apocalypse, and there's going to be a bleed over effect where what the game should be and has been for a long time is going to change. And the reason why I know that's already happening and why 7 days is no longer an open world sandbox zombie game is because we have magical armor. We have a werewolf. We have the ability to leech life from a zombie. Those are not realistic, open world, sandbox, zombie apocalypse things. Those are RPGs. And these things did not start getting implemented until a couple of years ago, which means the people they've hired from these other companies have had an influence on the projection of the game. And the longer the game is still in development, the more the end project is going to look different than the way the original project was supposed to. If they want to create a new scenario, new mods, new whatever, hell, DLC where you can play a fantasy version of this, I guess that's fine too. I mean, we could turn all of it into... we can have werewolves, and we can have fairies, and we can have... unicorns and dragons and all kinds of stuff, and you go through the apocalypse and you hunt and kill them, and you climb up in towers and castles and stuff that you can completely tear apart as if it was the zombie apocalypse. That's okay. I'm okay with that. It's just it would suck that the original concept just completely died on the game, though. As long as it doesn't get too far away from that. A little bit of RPG is fine. Straying too far in the fantasy is going to kill the game. Vampire unicorns? Yes. New content versus eye candy. Yeah. New content, more realistic content. I'm okay with the progression system going through the biomes. It does force people out of their comfort zones, especially since you have the option to turn it off. I'm okay with that. The weather system, it adds a variant of difficulty that is not just pumping hit points into zombies. I'm okay with that. There needs to be a lot more what you would term variators to make the game difficult that's not including giving zombie health points and making them faster, because technically the difficulty, that's all it changes. Well, it also changes how much XP you get, how much damage they do, how much damage they can take, and how fast they are, depending on whether or not you change their speed. That's usually the difficulty modifiers for the game. Adding in some new ones, I'm okay with that, because you can alternate to which ones you want. If you want to turn off the progression and play with the storms, or you want to turn off the storms, play with progression, or play with neither one of them, those are different playthroughs right there. Those are different scenarios. That's awesome. Darkness Falls, though, explains the lore to the new creatures, not to mention that's a mod. Whenever you're playing Darkness Falls and you see the picture of demons and stuff, you're like, okay, that's a demon. That's a mod. Would it make sense that a regular zombie apocalypse dealing with zombies and viruses and stuff like that would suddenly have demonic portals straight from Oblivion? And demons spitballing and, what are they, succubi floating around and stuff like that? No, it would not make sense. There's a lore for that one, and it's a mod for a reason. It's for enjoyment. As far as the game itself, it should have cohesion, I guess. I wouldn't mind there being a whole lot more variators. And I say variators because whenever you play Outlast Trials, it has variators. Instead of adding more difficult bad guys, which is one of the variations you can get, there's also so many new things. Like, you can have a variator where there's more traps, more explosions, buildings that you can't get through, doors that are stopped up that you can't get to, and all those add to the difficulty. If this had a group of variators that would change according to how you wanted to play, I think that would add a new different difficulty, just like the biomes and the weather add difficulty that you can turn on and off depending on how you want to play. Of course, most folks are probably going to be like, no, you have to play with them on now. Otherwise, you're not a gamer. That's the way it works. This is my corner? Okay. But yeah, I'm okay with modders adding in new stuff, fancy stuff, fancy. I keep saying fancy, I mean fantasy. Fantasy stuff, I'm okay with them adding in joke mod stuff. I love the joke mod, it's hilarious. I like the silly stuff. I don't mind that a mod adds in a clown. I don't mind that the mod adds in NPCs. I don't mind that all that stuff exists, but the core game should be 7 Days to Die. Without a werewolf. RPG elements were a part of the original goals. I don't recall seeing that. If it is, they probably should refresh everyone's memory about that and where their goals, how much they're going to marry realism with RPG. Because according to their site, it says sandbox. And when most people think sandbox and zombies, they're thinking realistic, Resident Evil, not Resident Evil 8, because it's not. Those types of things. And even so, the theme probably needs to stay on there. The werewolf doesn't fit. In no way will the werewolf ever fit. I don't care what kind of excuse is given. I still feel like they're trying to push us to play their way and not ours. I feel that way too. I do, especially whenever it comes to Horde Night. They've spent years trying to make sure that they can counterbalance anybody's Horde. So you can't play it the way you want to. I think part of the problem is also there's some hardcore players that are basically challenging the Fun Pimps as if their game is not hard enough because they can figure out how to trick the zombies. If you're finding out a way to trick the zombies and you're acting like the game is easy, that's kind of your fault. You're choosing to build your base as a cheese base. That's not the Fun Pimps' problem. That's their problem. Because they're choosing to do this. They're choosing to play it the easy way. You can get out of your horde base and run with the zombies. I know, I do it. It's completely possible to run with your zombies and do an entire horde night. And you can opt to do it that way and make it harder. But there is a group of people that are like, hey, I built this base. It makes zombies fall over and over and over again. It's really boring and snore. And then they go to the Fun Pimps and it's like, why can't you make your game better? It's not even challenging. Well, you did that to yourself. You can make it harder on yourself. You can opt to not be able to do certain things. You can create your own scenario. First off, you can't create a horde base the same way. Maybe you have to take over different POIs every single night, and you've got one night to fix them. Or you can only upgrade to a certain point, or any number of things to make the game harder. They really don't have to change the difficulty of the game. I'm okay with them changing the difficulty of the game. I like variety. I don't like them making you play a certain way because this way is harder and therefore everybody must play this way. Which they did give everybody the option to turn it off, so they're not making anybody play it. So the creature from the Black Lagoon is out. I don't know, if they wanted to bring in Swamp Thing, it would make more sense than a werewolf. Let's just be honest, some creature underneath the water that we don't know anything about that exists in this area that probably got dumped out of whatever sewage comes out of Hagashi and it somehow coalesces into some sort of a slime thing. I would definitely think that that was more realistic than the Snowclaw. What's up, Seth? How you doing? Happy Friday the 13th. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's created a whole background storyline that is great. For the werewolf? No. You're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me. I can even deal with the Plague Spitter. It's reaching, but I can deal with the Plague Spitter. Snowclaw, I can't. I can't. Have you noticed that other than the first storm, you did not have another? I did have another. Yeah, I had another one. It was, while I was in the Wasteland, we had another one. I have the, God mode on most of the time, so it's not affecting me. So, yeah, if they were to create some sort of slime creature out of the Black Lagoon, or Swamp Thing, or something like that, I would believe that one more than I do a werewolf. Especially a blue werewolf. No, zombies can already exist up there. They already don't move up there. The zombies they would have been experimenting on there would not have changed their manner at all. There would be no reason for them to create it, and the features that they would need to put together to create that creature would have to start on a petri dish and be grown out. And then after it was grown out into an adult creature of whatever, it would have to have escaped containment and procreated with something to create more of itself, because there's no way that one creature is the only one. They're all over the place. Are they just like self-replicating? Are they asexual? Or whatever it is, whenever they can just pop out a new one? Maybe someone fed them after midnight. I don't know. No. They don't make sense. The others are mutations. Good grief. The others are various mutations off of humanoids. That is not a mutation off a humanoid. That same thing grew in a petri dish, and it doesn't make sense why it would still be alive. If it was a singular item, one boss, it would make sense. It's like, okay, I can see these scientists putting all of their stuff together, all of their eggs in one basket, and creating this thing as a boss. That I might be able to say, okay, that's stretching, but alright, maybe they put together all these genetics and they grew out one. There would not be a whole fleet of them. They would have died out. I can't do it, guys. I can't do it. I'm gonna keep talking about it. I need to stop. I don't like it. Gremlins. Yes, it's a gremlin. They took a wolf and they mixed it with a gremlin along with a... I don't know what's naturally blue. Nothing. What, a polar bear? But I don't know. I remember when the game dropped, Nights Were a Nightmare, so many Z's. Yes. I remember my first time playing Darkness Falls, and there were ferals night 1. Terrified me. I couldn't go outside. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to see if I can redirect you YouTube's peoples over to somebody else. Let me see if anybody else is streaming who I am currently subscribed to, because that's the only way I can redirect. Let me see. Okay, there's a lot of people. Those are upcoming. Let's go with Genosis. Let's raid them. I don't know if you guys know who Genosis is. It's the... oh gosh, my mind just went blank. They're a husband-wife couple that play 7 days, and it's usually pretty fun listening to them bicker with each other, and they are currently playing, so that is a great one to go watch. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I will put out the notifications, but it's probably going to be 12 Eastern Standard Time in the middle of the day, so...
Hey, so, know this. Killing is my business, ladies, and business is good.
Business is good. Yes. So I will see you guys back tomorrow. We'll actually start our first playthrough of this version. So we will, you know, be on the ground, walking around, killing bad guys, the normal thing, and working towards our challenges, I guess, to try and make it into the next biome. We'll see. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Y'all have a wonderful day and wonderful night, and you stay shiny. Bye!